Good evening, and welcome to QuestJunkiesUK, as we welcome you to a very special one-shot in celebration of there being... in celebration of there being 2,000 of you lovely bastards. Thank you so much for all the support that you give us all the time. We just passed 2K the other day, and welcoming everyone who's jumped in after that as well. Absolutely wonderful. And welcome to these 4 fabulous investigators. Should go with the intrepid investigators. There goes better. And everyone in chat, thank you for joining us. Welcome in. It's good to see so many familiar faces and some new names as well, and recent names as well. As we join tonight's adventure, you may be aware that it is a little special. As you know, we play lots of D&D and other TTRPGs. And today is one of those other TTRPG days, as we are playing the recently teased, it's not even recently released, the recently teased Candela Obscura from Darrington Press, the game publishing wing of Critical Role. And I was very excited and happy to read all of the tasty lore and fun mechanics in this new game, and wanted to invite some of my lovely friends to join us in the Wackyverse, but a different taste, a different flavour of Wackyverse, if you will, as things have developed a little different beyond the mountains, in the region of the Forgotten Realms known as Halrun. Now, canonically, according to Mr. Greenwood, those in Halrun cannot get enough of all that tasty magic stuff. They love their magic items, they love their arcane lore, and mussing around with all sorts of things that they probably shouldn't. But we are going to flavour it a little different. Halrua is an area of the Forgotten Realms populated by descendants of the Netherese Empire. The empire that was destroyed by meddling too far in the arcane arts, in the production of the first and only ever level 12 spell, which, threatening to destroy the very weave itself, caused the goddess of magic to step in, and sacrificing herself and destroying the weave, saved Toro. But in doing so, the Netherese enclaves, magically levitated and floating cities built atop mountain tops carved from the very landscape below, all plummeted to the ground, as those who have enjoyed the hunger of Ithrin already know. Lessons were learned, and the descendants of these Netherese enclaves swore off the arcane arts, instead turning to more technological advancements and the sciences, and as such this particular area of the Forgotten Realms is much more akin to about 150 years ago in the real world. Turn of the 19th century technology, electricity, steam, marvelous inventions, and breakthroughs in technology. As you have heard, the trains are plying their way back and forth across the land here, the Fairlands as they are known. But we are headed to the capital, to New Fair, so called as it is built atop the ruins of Old Fair, which, in our version of things, are the ruins of the crashed Netherese Enclave. Our investigators work for an organization known as Candela Obscura, sworn to protect the normal folk from the dangers of magic. I wasn't quite sure how to pronounce the K.
Magic.
And
magic.
As
please no.
they work behind the scenes, in the shadows, keeping the populace sure that all of those strange happenings, those unexplained phenomena, are just fairy tales. Strange, unexplained things, but mostly just stories. You know, like someone's uncle told, you know, their friend down the street that they don't believe that magic is real, nor all of the fabulous monsters that exist beyond the flare. In our versions of things, the flare is a magical barrier created by the crashing Netherese Enclave, a force field, if you will, that surrounds Haurur and keeps out the normal arcane monstrosities and monsters that inhabit the rest of the Forgotten Realms. But it is not perfect, and in areas known as thinnings, magic can seep through, and if the thinnings are large enough, creatures can also enter into the realm. This is where Candela Obscura step up, their agents moving to suppress the corruption of greed, the magical corruption, constructing their lighthouses with the magical devices inside, fighting fire with fire, if you will, as they use a descendant of the Netherese Mythala to keep these thinnings closed and safe for the surrounding people. We arrive here in the city of New Fair at the end of a long day. All of the hard-working folks in the steel are returning from their factories and workshops, huddled up, collars up around their necks, umbrellas out, those that were unlucky enough to not be able to catch some of the trolley cars or cable cars that are making their way through the city, bundled up against the horrible rain that's coming down in curtains, causing these modern wonders such as electrical streetlights to spark and sputter, mirroring the sparks of the trams as their runners glide along the wires above. The lights, a mixture of gas and electric, emerging and spilling from the windows onto the streets, are reflected in the puddles, the splashes of raindrops and footfalls alike. And we drop down into that industrial district known as the Steel. As we approach one particular property, this one without large windows spilling lights onto the streets, a shadowy, huddled building between a couple of large factories, a discreet chimney oozing a slightly noxious black smoke out from under the eaves. As we delve down into this criminal den of bootleggers, using the hallucinogenic sap from the scarlet wood to create scarlet dust to sell on the black market throughout New Fair. Of course, in particular in the region of Red Lamp, where anything goes. As we zoom in under the eaves, past the guard, their coats up around their neck, their cap pulled down over their forehead, we hear coughing from within. Ah, gods! What is it, boss? You're still not getting a good night's sleep? Them nightmares, eh? Something rotten, eh? When they're gonna leave you be? When they're gonna let you have a good night's kip, eh? That's why you can't shake this cough, innit? That's why you're feeling so sick, innit, Gov? You need your rest. What you supposed to do, eh? Nightmares stop you from having your rest. And then you're coughing up along and giving yourself all sorts of panics and fears, eh, innit? That's probably what's giving you more of the nightmares in the first place. Oh, fuck off, Bliff. I'll be alright. But yeah. I could do with a decent night's sleep. That's true. Anyway, no time for sleeping now. That resin just arrived in, eh? How's it coming? We nearly good to ship. Oh, you know it, boss. This thing runs itself now. It's all good. It's all good. You take your rest. Get well. Get proper. You gotta shake this. It's not like this weather's gonna give us a break. And the seams around the heavy hangings in the window, blacking out from prying eyes, are illuminated, a silver lining, if you will, as the lightning crashes in the sky above New Fair. And we leave this scarlet dust bootlegger's den out into the streets, swooping along, the workers rushing to home or tavern, whichever they fancy. The clatter of the trolley cars coming and going, causing a ruckus out here on the streets. One of them comes barreling past as pedestrians scuttle out of its way, and we swoop in through the window into the electrically lit interior as it goes over a points crossing, and the lights flicker as it goes from one electrical wire to the next. We see workers slumped in exhaustion on their way home, finally to rest, finally to get out of this weather, happy that they got a spot in the car. Families, bairns wrapped up and huddled for comfort in their mother's arms, dads clustered in for warmth as well. And at the back, a cluster of 4 rather mismatched individuals, sitting 2 to each side on the rough benches of the tram, thinking on what they've been told as they travel towards the steel. We see before us the Candela Obscura circle known as Occulta Veritas. 4 of the Candela's finest investigators. Well, 3 and a new boy. Let's meet our investigators and hear who they are and what they look like as you rattle through the night of New Fair. Going around clockwise for myself here. Wish.
Alright. I am playing Aloysius Salt, also known as Wish. He is a little card here. He's playing an Earth Genasi with pink skin, a salt crystal mohawk that's usually hidden under a flat cap. Has like a salt scruff with a thick handlebar mustache that's always kind of curling over the top lip, sometimes the bottom one. He has crystalline patches on his skin where scar tissue would be, most notably on his knuckles. He has strong, ropey muscles from a lifetime of digging holes and barroom brawls. He has clipped ears that are flat on top, and he is missing a ring finger. He has rudimentary tattoos in different styles of different subjects up and down his arms, neck, and most likely elsewhere. Most notably is a long string of numbers that kind of curls like a rope around his arm. He wears a white tank top, suspenders, tweed pants, and the flat cap. He is always kind of fidgeting in these kind of passing moments with a pair of brass knuckles that he has that slink down perfectly within that kind of crystal knuckle obtrusion that he has. And on each brass knuckle, it says on each finger, "Stay dead." And he is
so much.
sitting there, smoking probably a cigar, drinking some black coffee, looking as constipated as anybody ever could. You know, just.
It's got it in a nice thermos flask.
Yeah, for sure. But it's like juxtaposed with like a "have a nice day" kind of like graphic on it.
With the bird band.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He scratched out the nice bit and it just says "have a day."
Oh,
Yes!
perfect. Mwah.
Yes! A
Yoink.
living quote.
Thank you for that.
Is it flipping the arrow cocker here? I'm not sure. Anyway, okay.
Okay.
Still birds.
That's perfect.
Flipping the rock?
Flipping the rock.
Flipping the Kenku.
Go big or go home. Okay,
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad I'm wearing a skirt today.
so Wish is thinking back on what the Lightkeeper told them before dispatching them on this mission. Lightkeeper Carmen Brightspear, and her words ringing in your mind, Wish, of how in all the previous instances of this particular phenomenon, the pesky sods, her words, over at the Office of Unexplained Phenomena, always interfering and getting there first, which is why she saw fit to place an agent, an asset, in place to warn of the next one, so you could get there before the OUP. Sitting next to Aloysius, much smaller, but also puffing out a big plume of smoke, quite possibly. We have Johnny Cicado.
So, yes. Sitting next to Aloysius. Equally smoking. Not a cigar, not as impressive as a nice big cigar, one of those really expensive ones, but a cheap, dirty, soot-coloured roll-up is a halfling. Very stout, short, messy, unkempt floof of brown, matted hair upon his head. Big, massive ears, almost too big. And he wears a smart shirt that's white, with the sleeves rolled up, and maybe one or too many buttons unbuttoned, exposing quite a lot of his midriff there. And some denim shorts that are pulled up by a belt and suspenders. It's kind of a look. It's certainly not practical, but you know, you can never be too sure. And some rugged work boots that have seen what look like millennia of mud upon their soles, when in fact he only bought them yesterday. Well, he says he bought them. He reappropriated them into his possession, shall we say. And he he's looking down the train cart and he's looking at the different people, specifically the families, and there's he's distracted by this. You know, he's obviously, you know, he's off to do an important thing, but he's slightly distracted. He's just for a moment, and then he drops some ash onto his leg, and it burns him. So he quickly snaps out of it, and flicks the cigarette away, probably into the back of someone's head, but he doesn't give a shit. And that's Johnny Cicada Wing.
Johnny's also thinking back to their briefing from the Lightkeeper and thinking about the various possibilities of having to deal with other members of New Fair's underbelly here. Another bloody scarlet dust bootlegger den.
Nothing good ever comes from the name Scarlet.
I'll
You got
remember
that right.
As
I'll
our
remember
view
that.
crosses the walkway between the bench seats, dodging around the stumbling drunkard who was standing holding on to one of the rings above, on his way home after celebrating his last night shift in a while, having drunk all day. We see
Very quickly, before I start, apparently you're quite quiet comparatively.
Oh yeah, cheers.
But as for Pepper,
Thanks, Adela.
I'm sitting across from the others, right? It's 2-2?
I think it's across the corridor, so it's 2 and then
Yeah.
the corridor and then 2.
Okay, so we're not sitting near each other. It's not like a cluster.
We're not facing each other now.
You're
I don't
directly
think.
across from each other. It's like the sides going down the sides of the tram. There are 2 bench seats, and you're looking across.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh, so we are
okay.
looking at each other.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, cool. So
How's that, everyone? Is that better? Sorry. Thanks for that. Thanks for the heads up.
So, comparatively to the way everyone else is dressed, Pepper is dressed for the weather. She has this warm, almost like desert sand red. I'm from Australia. It's like, sand red skin with just little patches of what almost look like embers for freckles where she gets her name. Her hair is down, sort of damp. She hates wet weather, but she just deals. And despite the fact that she is Fire Genasi, she's got this atmosphere around her that makes her feel almost like warm candlelight. She's dressed honestly quite scholarly, though there are deeper blues to her skirt, to her suspenders. She's wearing a white shirt with one of those sort of bow blouse tie bits that I never remember the name of when I need it. And a warm, just solidly thick, dark blue cardigan. But against all of this, there is this necklace on probably silver chain. There is this pendant of a skull that just sticks out small, a fox's skull. And unlike the others, she's kind of writing down notes. She's eyeing she's eyeing things. She looks quite firm, quite serious. As the drunkard passes, like there is like a single eyebrow raise, takes a note, and then looks over to Wish and goes, 2 minutes says he trips.
You're on.
And she waits and sees if he stumbles.
You know, you may look at me like that, but I worked night shift for I can't even remember. But it was the last one. I was gonna celebrate. I was due a celebration, and the tram lurches round a corner, and he stumbles into the lap of a large, burly steel worker. He's like, "Oh, get off, mate."
As Pepper grins and goes, "That's 3 hours and 32 minutes now."
Son of a bitch. Alright. Next time, double or nothing.
I'm in.
Pepper,
Yes.
you are concerned.
Oh,
These kind of investigations into these kind of neighborhoods can often be a bit of a challenge to try and talk your way out of or around. But Candela called, and of course you answered.
Of course. I owe Candela so much. And as she thinks back to this interaction, she pushes the little fox's bronze-shaped pendant around her throat just a little tighter and starts drumming her fingers, pinky to thumb.
You know, there was another nights with clashing thunder and sheets of rain. Maybe that's why you slipped off the windowsill when confronted with such a horrific vision inside the country manor house.
She flinches at the next flash of lightning. Bloody lights. And just, I think Wish would notice that she sort of like squints at the flash, that knowing what she's told him in the past. And she counts down 6, then 7, then 8 on her fingers.
I think Wish will, like, tap, probably on the seat next to him audibly, as to have, like, a very subtle sign of support to kind of keep the count in case she loses it.
But as you, like, hit the 8th, she goes and just nods, what seemingly to herself, but in your direction.
Conversely, completely unaware of Pepper's plight, although sat right next to her, Professor William C. Abel.
Yes. Oh, pleasure to meet you. Pleasure to meet you all. William C. Abel is an absolute mass of nervous energy. You see him seated on the tram with his equipment bag clutched firmly to his chest. Behind this bag is a man who is not so much dirty as just forgetful. The clothes that he's wearing and the hair, he's got short-ish brown hair, which has been combed-ish, as he sort of remembered, sort of to do so on occasion. He's got a bit of a scruff, which can be there, can be not, depending on which day you catch him on. And you would swear blind he was a vampire by how pale he is as he sits next to Pepper. One leg tapping nervously, his eyes darting around, and at every shift or movement of the tram or of the vehicle in which they sit, nervous eyes dart, and his whole body can almost seem to flinch. He does also have glasses that he did drop them, but he picks them up again.
As you go to pick them up, like Pepper noting, because that's what she's doing. She's noting everything down, and glances in your direction. It's like, first time on the trolley car, Professor.
No, not at all. One of the first times for. Well, this is one of the first times I've had this reason to be riding on this on this part?
Kind of a homebody, aren't you?
Oh, something like that, Mr. Wish.
One of the sources of Professor Abel's nervous energy is also due to him thinking back on their briefing from Lightkeeper Brightspear and the thinly veiled hostility with which she regarded this recent member of Candela Obscura. The same hostility that she feels for her new desk job. Unfortunately, no longer able to do the field work she loved so much. After clearing up the mess Professor Abel caused.
If it was possible for a man to be eaten by the chair upon which he sits, that's very much the impression you get from William as he sits with this rather eclectic group.
And as our circle of investigators have a few more stops to pass through on the tram line before they reach the steel and their destination, let us leave them to their journey. And let me offer you, in chat, the chance to do a little investigating of your own. Players, you are not allowed to partake in this.
Whenever you say that, we get boned.
But, as this is a very special one-shot, and in celebration of our 2000 and of this new game, we have some rather special presents to give away to all of you lovely people. Tonight, we have 4 prizes to give away. Exclamation mark enter in the chat for your chance to win. We have, as we've been lucky to be blessed with all week, the fabulous Pearlescent Canyons for D&D 5e from CZR4G. Beautiful maps on this one, awesome design. Jump in the giveaway if you want a chance to win it. Play it as a one-shot, just drop it in your campaigns. We also have some lovely vouchers to give away for Troll Lord Games in their vast digital catalogue. As we are celebrating today these third-party creators, head on over to Troll Lord Games, use one of the 2 vouchers, one for $10, one for $25. So good luck if you're jumping in that giveaway. And also, we have one more giveaway. How's that? Are we looking better? Sorry, everybody. Thank you. New overlay, so I'm trying to figure all things out here.
Goodness.
I'm so used to all my D&D campaigns are so sorted, and like all the levels are sort of set and set in stone. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. As I said here, we have one more giveaway, and that is the source of our little investigation, should you be so inclined. Down below me here, you see a very special giveaway we have for you tonight. The fabulous Phoenix Dice has put together this set here, as we thought that this might be the best set in their catalogue, that you could use the D6 as your gilded dice, should you wish to play Candela Obscura as well. Although it is a full set with all of the different dice, so you can play any game that you like. Now, this set of dice is going to one lucky winner, but, and thank you Phantom for posting that in the chat there is a connection between this particular set of dice and today's one-shot. There are the links of phoenixdice.com. That is the set of dice. If you feel like it, you could do a little delving and digging yourself and see if you can have a little glimpse of what might be to come. So,
Oh god.
And speaking of playing Candela
That's a
Obscura,
threat.
link at
That's
the
a
bottom.
threat.
Link at the bottom of the overlay there if you want to get the rules for yourself. They have the taster rules, the pre-gen characters that our friends are playing here, and a lovely, lovely dose of lore for you to delve into and make your own games. There is even an investigation to play through in the back of the rules there as well. But we are using something more original. Completely original, in fact. Now, investigators. As the tram comes rattling through, Wish, you spot the large, looming shadows of the foundries and the factories, huddled, boldly illuminated as lightning crashes. The stark lines, the factory buildings, being thrown into quick but brief view. You nudge your fellows, and all of you leap down from the tram car as it slows, not ever fully stopping, but slow enough for you to jump off and into the splash of the streets as you arrive here in the Steel, just a couple of streets away from your destination.
All right, let's get off of here. I'll help. I'll get off first and help Pepper, like, avoid a massive puddle.
Like Pepper sticks out a hand and like with a practice and surprisingly like graceful jump. Surprisingly, like for all of the skirts she's wearing, like uses you as a lever and like clears the giant puddle. Thank you, Wish.
I'm gonna lean close and go, bet you 10 minutes that professor takes a little splashy splash.
You are eager. 15, he drops equipment.
20, he apologizes to us for falling down.
Ooh, I like it. Deal.
All right.
William, with that meta knowledge,
Who do you feed?
Man, who do I disappoint and who do I give this to? I would say if William's coming off the vehicular situation next, then he starts coming down the stairs, but his bag strap gets caught, and he kind of twists to catch it, but because he does so, as has happened to every one of us, his heel slips on the bottom stair of it, and one foot just makes a cracking sound as it goes straight into this this is British, a cracking sound, a very loud sound as it goes into this puddle of water, and just water just goes up everywhere. It's all up his right trouser leg at this point. You hear a little, and then he sort of like shuffles through, and he looks at Wish and Pepper and just goes, tell me, sorry, did I splash you at all with you? Right. And he just pushes forward.
No need to apologize at all. And just kind of wink at Pepper.
Now you bastards can figure out who won what there, because I think I covered pretty much every base.
I think great. Just as
thank you.
As William begins to move forward, suddenly there is a tremendous splash as Johnny just full-on jumps straight into the puddle, boots first.
He gets some of that mud off.
What great fortune! I needed to clean these boots.
Great minds.
William
Johnny
turns around with an absolutely soaked back and just goes,
Pepper has like again tucked herself, probably no offense intended, Wish, using you as a shield so she doesn't get wet. It's raining, so she's getting wet anyway, but like, you know, big muddy splash. She's just got these clean.
So, you think back on what the Lightkeeper told you. And you'd heard rumors of events like the one you're seeking to prevent happening several times throughout the years of recent history here in New Fair. Reports of nightmares and sickness, always followed by vicious storms, rolling in from the Bridleborn Mountains to the east, sweeping through the trees of the Scarlet Wood and down across the farmlands to New Fair. It's in the lore. I didn't write it.
No, I know. It's just the whiplash I get every time. There's like 3 things labeled Scarlet in this one. And I'm like, yes, no, wait, yes, no, wait, yes, yes.
Hey,
I can only know
listen.
now I know what it's like to play Mark when you're playing a ranger.
I would like to make a slight complaint here. Why does only Scarlet get a drug named after her, huh? Why don't we all get one?
Oh, we're not delving into the recesses of the swag dens. Not today, my friend. Not today.
Thank you
Sounds
for the
fun.
note.
Now, these phenomena, instances of thinnings and magic loosed into the world, have been reported several times, but as mentioned before, the OUP always seemed to get their greasy mitts on the crime scene before you were able to investigate properly. Hence, the Lightkeeper implanting an asset here and there throughout the Scarlet Dusk bootleggers' circles of New Fair. And one of them managed to hook a big old fish. As you heard of one of the leaders of these dens, as with all the instances before, complaining of nightmares, falling sick. And when the storm rolled in, you knew you had to act quickly, lest this bootlegger den suffer the same fate as all the others, burning up in an eldritch inferno as lightning struck. You approach the building. These kind of establishments are not ones to openly post guards and things outside, but they're also not the ones to sleep much either. How would you like to proceed? Bluffing your way? Pretending to be something else? Sneaking? Or having Wish kick down the door?
I think William looks at the rest of the group, looks back at this, what he sees to be a rather imposing building at this time of night, and just sort of goes, oh, we're sure this is the right place. This is it.
Yeah, that's what the Lightkeeper sent us to. I mean, I sure hope so. This is going to be an awkward conversation for everyone involved.
Yes, quite so, yes.
Professor, have you ever dabbled in the Scarlet Dust or anything of the sort?
No, I mean,
I'm sure there are some fascinating papers up on the benefits of hallucinogenics.
yes, written by long dead civilizations. William shakes his head. No, Mr. Wish, I've never partaken in that particular. Though I believe a few of my colleagues did so, judging by their attitudes and their conduct, and from time to time when. How are we how do we approach these sort of situations?
I could distract the guards if you'd like, but I'm not particularly strong.
Sorry, Scarlet, that voice. Very soft.
Oh, sorry. I could distract the guards if you'd like. I'm not particularly strong or anything.
I also had an idea. Johnny,
Yes,
I,
Big Man.
I almost answered.
So did I.
There we go.
here it
It's a whole
starts already.
Oh no.
Gotta think of nicknames. Cicada.
Buzzwing.
Doesn't the professor here seem like he's going through some epic withdrawals?
Well, no,
I bet-
I'm quite all right. Thank you, Mr. Wish. I'm quite all right.
Oh, it's
I
not
don't
what
think-
it is, but what it seems.
I don't think subtlety is amongst his remarkable talents, clearly, but I see the picture that you're painting, and
I like it.
William
man
nods,
up.
but he doesn't really understand.
Nods in all directions.
Yeah, it's,
William, would you like me to give you some last-minute coaching before we do this terribly dangerous and
Dangerous?
justifying mission?
dangerous.
So,
Yes, Mr. Wing. Yes, of course. Please, please.
So here's the thing. I can tell just by the deathly tone of your skin right now, and just the vibration in your body as you are shaking. You're pretty nervous, aren't you?
That apparent was Mr. Wing.
I do believe so. Yes. Now, you see that as a bit of a vulnerability, a disability, if you will, in this current predicament. But I see that not as a problem, but an opportunity. So, I believe what our dear Wish is proposing is that we turn this situation into a opportunity.
Reach it, man.
William just
Her
the
part.
bag just gets pulled a little tighter to the chest.
Well, now you're getting the hang of it. Yeah. Just how nervous you are. Just embrace it.
Maybe Pepper. What you were saying about distracting, maybe you could be some sort of liaison for the professor. You know, make sure. And I'm just gonna kind of stare daggers at Will. Just nothing goes awry.
I mean, of course, Wish. I dressed the part of an assistant tonight, didn't I?
Sure do look pretty.
Oh my goodness.
What a
She
good
totally is totally not blushing and does this stompy foot.
Was that
All right,
No.
Professor.
was that like cartoon Pepper just like going like red like up the face and steam coming out the
It
ears?
was. It really was.
I'd like to think that like when Pepper blushes, she's not used to blushing, so like it doesn't realize that when her face gets hot because she's a fire dynasty, all of the little like fire flake sparks that she has on her face kind of like spark up, and it's why her papa called her Pepper Flakes.
Oh,
So cute.
Streamlabs getting on the timely stuff as well there with Sirenscape drop there.
Hell yeah.
Yes. But speaking of timely things here, oh, just missed it. But if anyone would like to support the channel and give a sub or gift a sub somewhere throughout the community, that will add to a pool of D6s that our players can choose to draw from on any roll as we start to get into the meat and potatoes of this new system.
Yeah.
Now,
please, we will need them.
Pepper, William,
Good luck, guys.
And as Pepper Pepper kind of her like semi like quite serious demure kind of changes, and she looks equally as nervous, and she starts to withdraw in herself, and she goes, "Professor, I'm sure this is exactly the place. This is where we were sent," and knocks on the door very timidly.
Yes, I think we established that. This is indeed where we're supposed to be.
Work with me here. Hello. We heard that we could have some assistance here.
as you rap on the door. Bree, thank you for that sub. I'm not gonna give them out to particular players. Anyone can draw from the dice pool when you wish to. And they're up here. There it is, right there.
Appreciate it.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As Pepper and William make their way towards the door of this den, knocking nervously and calling out through the rain and wind in the streets here. Aloysius and Johnny, where are you when this is happening?
Johnny, what do you think? Spooky Sparrow?
Well, you know me. I have a habit of getting my way around, unseen, as it were. If you catch my drift. I'm sure you do.
Oh, absolutely. All right. I'm going to split up from Johnny and be... So if there's like a door, I'm going to kind of be like 2 to 3/4 turn, so that if something goes wrong, I can just pivot on like my heel and be like right there to kick a door down.
No problem.
Something like that.
Gotcha.
Because time is of the essence.
Indeed. Okay.
Talk.
Oh,
I've
Vet
got my
Lancaster.
arm
Nice.
looped into yours.
Say hello to the butterfly house for me. As we've got Hunter here. Yeah, there's a fantastic domed butterfly house on top of the hill in Lancaster.
It follows us everywhere.
Everywhere we go.
The
Fucking
effect.
butterflies.
Nice. I'm from just up the road in Cumbria a bit. Okay.
Sean,
There
let's
you go.
stop talking about those butterflies and start talking about the butterflies in our stomachs right now as we nervously approach this situation that's about to go horribly wrong.
Indeed. Although
Your arm looped.
you have a very persuasive assistant with you. And actually, bizarrely, your sway is one of your best ones as well.
Because no one expects it of me, you know?
Right? Yeah, unassuming.
You do put a compelling argument.
Now, Pepper and William, as you stand on the threshold of this den, Aloysius and Johnny hiding nearby, you flinch again, Pepper, as crashing thunder seems to grow louder even as the storm intensifies even more.
I tried to channel that fear into into my fake fear, as Mama taught me. And as I'm hooked, I've hooked arms with you. In the briefest moments, you see her look over you, look over the rim of her glasses directly at you, and go, "I'm your assistant. My name is Paprika. I'm here to help you secure the items you are withdrawn from. Understood?"
A voice from within goes, "What the bloody hell are you doing out and about like this? You're a bit far from the university, aren't you?"
William has gone rigid. Just rigid at this point.
Hello, I'm this particular individual's assistant, and I heard that you had a particular item that could help with withdrawal symptoms of some kind. I'm so sorry. I don't normally, but we have the items to change. I'm just the assistant.
You're not periphery, are you? You have to tell me if you're periphery.
I'm not a periphery. I mean, look at me. Do I look like I could handle being in the periphery? It's crashing lightning and I'm shaking like a leaf.
She's Paprika.
So,
Yes, my name's Paprika. I would say it's nice to meet you, but I haven't actually seen you yet. I'm so sorry.
let's determine how the rest of this conversation is going to go with this medium stakes first roll of the game.
First roll.
Now, this
Let's
will be a sway as you're trying to convince our bootlegger here. So, you have 2 dice to roll. Would you like to use any drive, or
I would like
William?
to use
Are you
drive.
trying to help somehow?
Yes, I would actually like to help. Let's showcase this system.
Okay. What would you like to do? Because I
yes,
was
how you-
thinking I might use my gilded.
I will.
You have to.
You will have to if you're rolling on a gilded sway roll.
Oh, I have to. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah,
New system. Who dis?
I know it tripped me up as well, but
By the way, folks, that very strange cry echoed through the factories nearby.
oh boy.
Oh,
Who caught it? I will assist in this case twofold. One by actual action and two by basic mannerisms. I would say at this point, where William was nervous before, he's like gone. He's alternating between being incredibly pale and just green, which is really adding to the idea that he is suffering from some situation here.
Fair.
Secondly, in an active attempt, he did notice earlier when Pepper flinched with the lightning, and he can tell that she's trying to channel the energy, but it's like an incredibly awkward. Since our arms are linked, he just kind of like tries to indicate that it's like they're there, but he's so awkward with it. But that being so nervous means that Pepper may not be quite as nervous herself, because she's like, well, this guy's nervous enough too.
Okay. So Pepper,
in
you
total-
have a total of 3
Yes.
dice, and one of them has to be gilded.
Okay, lovely. And I'm okay.
Are you using
not
drive as
spending-
well?
I'm going to use a drive on this because I want
Okay.
to see if it can
So
help.
three regular and 1 gilded.
Come on.
You got this.
Mitigated success.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
There
The
goes my drive.
voice. Yes,
There
please
goes my
mark off the drive.
Yep.
Both of you. Yes, mark off the drive in cunning. It has to be one of the cunning ones.
Yep. Yep.
The voice inside says, "Well, yeah, all right. It's most irregular. Yeah, come in here. You know, our distributors are out and about doing their usual wear. Do you
Rain.
fancy shopping in Red Light or something? Look, stay
the
there.
rain's
You can't come in. All right."
Okay, thank you. As like Pepper like stomps her feet just a little bit and kind of like nervously looks like she's looking at the lightning and tries to see if she can find Wish and Wing around, being like, ah.
At the hearing of, if I heard correctly, you can't come in, all right? But knowing that the door is open, it seems like.
About to be.
It was open a crack while they were talking, but they've closed it as they've gone back in to get the goods. But they would have to open it again. Yeah, there's no like
Okay.
hatch or anything through the door.
Perfect. Just making sure it wasn't one of those, like, I think so.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
I'm going to get ready when they open it back up to deliver the goods. And so I'm kind of facing the opposite way. So I'm going to pivot when I first hear the door and kind of bull rush in between my 2 compatriots to essentially kind of like spear this guy to open the door all the way.
Okay.
And seeing if Johnny will... I don't know where Johnny is right now, but I will have the door open for whoever can get in as fast as possible.
Okay. So, as you wait in the rain, just the strange intensifying of the lightning crashing around, these strange sounds echoing through the chimney stacks and the factories nearby, you wait for a short time, and Aloysius, you hear the door crack open again.
Pivot on.
Okay. Please.
Immediately, like, kind of football tackle
Okay.
this guy.
Please
Not
roll me
in
a
a way.
strike.
Perfect.
Now, are you going to use any drive?
No, I'm not going to, but one of these is gilded.
But so yeah, 1 regular, 1 gilded, please.
Oh, are you going through us or are you going around us?
This space.
Oh, yeah. Critical success. That's a 6.
You butt, dude.
They would both have to be 6s for critical.
Oh,
It's a success. It's not a critical.
Yes, that's a
Yes,
success.
it's a success.
But it is a
though.
full success.
Yeah.
oh, okay. So it was a 5 and a 6, and then the 4 on the gilded die.
No, you only roll 2 dice. The gilded dice replaces one of the dice in the thing. So you
I
only
see.
you roll 2.
None extra. Gotcha. So forget that one.
No problem.
Yeah,
No problem.
6 and 5.
Okay. So You you spin around and push through the door, and you say as he falls back. And what do you do? As you leap on him?
I will basically say, kind of both hands on his shoulders, basically in a way that is kind of judo, in the way of just like I'm making sure he is not moving, having my foot kind of back to prop the door open so it doesn't slam shut. I'm imagining like the wind pressure from the storm, so allowing them to come in. And I'm going to say to this guy just simply, we're not periphery, we're here to help, as much as it doesn't seem like it right now.
You bust in through, knock them down. You see they're wearing kind of grimy clothes. They have a handkerchief up, knotted around their face, and they've left it up to do this dealing, to keep themselves hidden. And as you knock through and knock them to the ground, you look past them and you see dull lights and a space partitioned off, but not into rooms with walls, just like hanging kind of grimy cloth and kind of sackcloth almost, just creating the kind of shape of rooms and spaces here. And down the far end you can see a much brighter space, and under the hanging sackcloth, which doesn't quite reach the floor, you could see the legs of tables and other folks coming and going, and there seems to be quite a bit of noise being made in the processes that they're doing. So they don't and with all the sound of the storm clattering around, they don't hear the door being shoved open with that full success. And he's like, what do you mean? If you're not perfs, then who are you?
Occulta Veritas. Nice to meet you. You been sick lately?
Cultists?
Sure, why not?
Oh,
We're
God.
the answer to your prayers.
Oh, I don't pray to no one.
Hey, that little red on your nose says something different. Now, my friends are gonna come in here and take a look around. We're not interested in the scarlet dust. We're interested in nice thunder. Something a little bit more ethereal, if you catch my drift.
I don't. The bloody hell are you blathering on about?
I'm just like killing time till. Oh yeah, I'm just like killing time till like everybody comes in.
Yeah. Okay. So the rest of you sidle in.
Sidle in, sees dude pinned to floor, looks up, looks nervous, looks at the professor even more nervous.
He kind of like wrestles her arm free. You still buying?
Looks over to the professor.
Yeah, I'll look at the professor as well. Just good deal.
William just looks back like, no. No.
What's Johnny doing here?
So meanwhile,
Dun dun.
as we were, we sort of go wind the clock back slightly. As we were hiding outside, in a blink of an eye, Johnny vanished into the night. As he's going to look for an alternate way in to the establishment, while this very handy distraction is being caused.
Noted. Can you make me a survey? So roll one of those official gilded die.
Woo! I'm so jealous.
Let's do this.
Oh, pretty.
Someone's got
Mwah.
the Candela Obscura
Shiny.
dice.
That's a 2.
On the gilded?
On the
So
gilded.
She's only got one dice.
What were we telling you earlier, Patch? You were rolling sixes. You were
Yeah,
rolling
yeah.
sixes.
We warned you.
Stop
It-
doing it.
It had to happen. It's fine.
Ah.
Okay, a 2 is a failure. Now this was a low stakes roll. Just kind of skulking around the back trying to find something. It's just whether you could find another way in or not. But it seems that they are careful with their security and not wanting to leave too many holes. As you kind of dejectedly find
first time
yourself
for everything.
doing a full circle of the building.
Yeah, I just sort of come back round just as the door's being barged through, like, oh, fuck. And then I run in.
As this is like the professor's, we've all looked at the professor. Professor is like.
The professor's just like it's like it's almost imperceptible, but it's like an incredibly rapid shaking of the head. It's like.
As that happens, Pepper actually takes off the glasses and leans down, and her demeanor changes again. So she goes from like the nervousness to like this warm, calm, almost campfire-like feel. As like she channels like thoughts of her mother and her eldest sister, and goes, "We're here to help. We've heard you've been having nightmares, and we're worried."
I'm gonna ask for another sway because this is a very different approach to before.
Yeah, it is, and as I'm leaning into that, I am like picturing this absolutely drop dead gorgeous fire genasi lady, and an older than her but young woman that looks very much like a. Fail.
That is a 3 and a 3. 2
Can I use my resistance?
fails. You may use the resistance to re-roll. Yes. Same roll.
Come on, Mama.
Oh.
Or the Gilded.
Okay. There you go.
And that means I get that drag back.
Yeah, if you use drive, yeah, you could use the gilded dice. Okay. So. He says, well, yeah, the Gov, he's got a vicious cough.
And has been having nightmares.
Yeah. Yeah, how'd you know?
We've heard of things happening like this before.
And there's some mixed success there, so he's going to actually call out into the back. He's like, Gov, some folks here about your problem.
And as that's happening, there's like a glance over at the professor and goes, and we may have some instruments that may help. And makes eye contact with Wish. 2 minutes till we're in trouble.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick him up and do the like, oh, took a nasty spill, didn't you? And kind of like dust him off. And
he's like,
palm him like a coin for his trouble. Just like,
he's like, oh, cheers, thanks very much. It's also, and it falls back as a massive crash of thunder, and just like, it's like that thing where like all of your eyesight. I was like, when I was a kid, I was walking and lightning struck a church steeple like 20 meters behind us, and everything just goes white. You just can't see anything, and it's that happens to all of you, and he's like shaking his head, and he's like trying to blink his eyes to get the shine out from them, and he's like, what the bloody hell's was that? What the bloody hell's was that? As the sound like reaches across, and there is a on the roof above, and that light down in the back where they seem to be creating the scarlet dust starts to flicker and shift, and you see those hanging sackcloth things start to glow brightly as fire breaks out, and you hear the other members of the bootleggers down the back, oh, fire, quick, Scarber, go on, get out, and you just see a rush of movement, and they all start rushing up towards you. Gav, where's the Gav? What do you do?
I look down at Johnny, and I just go, Mr. Wing, this wouldn't happen to be a distraction of yours, would it?
I wish I could take credit for this. I mean, this is fantastic. I can't wait to see what happens next.
Really? Fantastic. Excellent.
Yeah, sure.
Pepper has reached for the back of Wish's arm in this and is full on, not catatonic but freaking out.
All right. Just calm yourself down now. This is what we trained for. Let's get this done.
Right.
DM.
Yes.
GM. How is the structural integrity of the roof of this drug den?
At the moment, okay, but probably going to get much worse as you do see the flames starting to lick up and catch down the far
I have a
end.
thing.
Yes.
I have a thing that might be useful. If we can hypothetically say that as part of the circling around the building and then coming into the building, that Johnny has been surveying the surroundings. I want to use my scout ability as a slink. If you have time to observe a location, you can spend 1 intuition to ask a question. So the question I'd like to ask is, what do I notice here that others do not see?
Ooh.
Okay.
What a good question.
That's such a good question.
Nice.
I see.
As the
I
others...
believe I have to roll an intuition for that, I think.
No, you just spend one of your intuition drives, I think.
Yep.
Oh.
We
I
clarified
wait,
it earlier.
Yeah.
I don't
it's not
have
roll,
any
it's just a
intuition drives.
No, you have
That's-
3. So those 3 initial boxes in the thing, that's the number of
Yeah,
drives,
he
the
has-
bottoms,
he
the
has
little
two.
squares.
Everyone's different.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
You have 2.
Yeah.
My bad.
Oh, okay. I thought I had none. Okay, cool. I will do that then. In the
see-
game, who did?
On the slink, thing, next to intuition, you've got 2 of the boxes marked up. On
I
drive.
do now.
Yep.
Excellent. Okay.
So which ability was this?
Scout.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. 1 intuition to ask the question. Yeah. Okay.
I love this
So yeah,
game
what do you
already.
notice that others do not? Okay, as Aloysius, Pepper, and William are kind of looking to each other and dodging out of the way of the bootleggers as they come running at. Get out of the way! Get out! Get clear! You see down the far end the flames spreading through the back of the building, and they are leaping across patches of bare stone. They're not acting like normal flames at all, as they are spreading through spots that shouldn't immediately be able to catch a flame, and they're leaping to the next nearest flammable part. And where they're starting to burn brighter, you can see a figure down the far end, caught by the fire, cornered in the back of the room.
I'll immediately point that out to the rest of the group, and Johnny starts laughing to himself. This is where the fun begins.
All right.
Lovely.
I got a bad plan. I was just gonna
Love those.
bring the roof down, but it seems we only got one guy to worry about, and he's our informant. Seems important.
Yes. Yes.
All right. I need all the wet coats.
Yep.
So everybody that's bustling out and into the rain and probably have various pea coats and things like that. It's give me as many as you can.
William takes his coat off, soaked by Johnny's jumping into the puddle
Oh,
earlier,
that's right.
and passes it across to Wish.
Okay.
I'm gonna wait for 5 or 6 of those. I'm like, all right.
Pepper, being less pervious to fire, is actually going to join you.
Um,
If we're going fire genasi rules.
DM,
Yes.
the figure ahead, can we make out features, facial features, and so on and so forth?
Not from this distance with the flames up, I wouldn't say so now.
Then I would like to ask a slightly more specific question.
Mhm.
The figure stands like a man. We're pretty sure this is as Wish said earlier. We're fairly certain this may very well be the person we're wanting to talk to,
Okay.
potentially. This is going to sound like a really weird question. Is he standing Is he standing in such a way that might indicate that he might not actually be awake or conscious?
No, he's got his arms up and he's coughing heavily. Although you notice, and Johnny, you got this before. He's not coughing from smoke. This flame is not smoking. It's, as I said, leaping hungrily from flammable material to flammable material, and you can see its colors are shifting. That initial orange-red kind of natural flame kind of hue, you think might have been created by lamps being knocked over, or oil lamps being knocked over in the back by the panicking workers and the bootleggers, because this flame that's taking over and filling the space now is shimmering in blues and purples and greens, much like behind Pepper there on the back wall, as it's spreading
This
across.
is thematic.
Get out of there!
No, this is actually backstory thematic. This works.
And it is leaping from like I say, surface to surface, and he is coughing terribly, and you think this might be the one this might be the governor they were talking about, as he seems to be very sick.
Sorry,
We need to
one
get him
more
out.
question I'd like to ask about. Just because, William's in this kind of headspace. Are the flames that are leaping about reacting to his coughing in any way? Do they move?
Good question, but there doesn't seem to be a match. No,
That's fine.
No.
That's fine.
So, Aloysius, what are you doing? You are wrapped in coats.
I'm going to kind of give a nod to everybody kind of in one and rush into the fire with the intention of firemen carrying this guy out.
Okay, that would be a move check. You have 2 dice. We have a gifted dice, if you'd like to throw that in the mix.
Do I need to say so before I roll?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I think this is
Also-
important, so I'm going to use it if that's okay.
I'm giving you a drive as well as Pepper as you run in, and Pepper goes, "You owe me 3 hours and 32 minutes. Don't you dare die!"
Okay.
So take off one of your nerve drives there, Pepper. And Aloysius, that is going to be 3 regular dice and your gilded die.
Can I add one to that, potentially?
How are you doing that?
He's very nervous about the situation, but I'm going to basically William will move to potentially get in the way of any of the little fires that are leaping. He'll just grab any item to hand, blankets, cloth, or something, and just basically waft, try and knock away, distract, or otherwise intercept any of the fire things to hopefully make it a little easier for Wish to move through.
I'm gonna say no,
No to
because
that.
this is
Alright.
very unnatural fire and it does not react to that. Although, yeah,
Thank
I
you.
like the idea. Thank you, Bree.
Then he still does it, but it doesn't actually help.
Yeah. Okay, so Aloysius, you have a total of. Did you have drive of your own?
Yeah, I'll add one for sure.
Okay. So you push yourself. Use one of your drive. That gives you
5.
4 regular and a gilded. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bree.
Oh, there's so many 3s, but I did get a 6
Okay.
on one of the regular die.
Excellent.
3
So
3s and a
that's-
4 and
That
a 6.
is a success. So yeah, only the highest one counts. So, you go charging forward. Explain, please. Describe to us how you heroically burst through. Oh, Sophia, thank you.
Much like this potential hype train.
I am going to go through that. I'm just kind of this huge, hulking thing, which might be, terrifying to this guy. If he can't, really make out my features, because I'm just a shambling mound, if you will,
Yeah.
of coats, trying to... Because I don't really know the properties of this particular fire. It's it's
color.
hot, but... Oh my god, yes. And so I'm going through, and...
They lurk in the
Is
edges
this
of
guy-
parties in the
Is
spare
this guy
bedroom.
still... Is this guy still standing when I get there? Because that will determine how I...
With a 6 on a move, then you definitely get there in time. Yes.
Awesome. So I'm going to throw off about 3 of them and kind of just shoulder press them onto him.
Okay.
I have excavation gear, so I'm going to kind of carabiner his belt loop or like a suspender or something like that. That's very easy.
Sure.
Just in case this doesn't go well.
Okay.
And kind of move him. Thankfully that he's still on his feet. I'm going to utilize his kinetic motion and momentum with us.
Okay.
And, look, nice to
Guys.
meet you, Guff. Let's get out.
You go barreling over there. Mark off that equipment then. If you're using that, that will be with you for the rest of the thing here. And you, Jess, you just go charging down. You manage to, twist yourself with the coats and everything, drenched in the rain as they still are, to fend off the fire that's burning here. You do see that he has been burnt already by this strange eldritch fire, but you scoop him up, attach him to yourself with this gear, swooping over your shoulder, spin, kick off the back wall, and start charging back towards your friends. Pepper.
Perfect.
As this is happening, Pepper eyes the fire and then thinks very strongly about how it's moving and what has happened to things in the past. And she turns to Johnny and goes, "While you were outside, was there any sign of anything else like this? Was something approaching?"
Not that I remember.
The lightning's been getting stronger. I'm going to bring out my first piece of gear as I'm realizing this, and starts to move, step back a couple of steps, like semi-handing the professor, keeping an eye on Wish. And I'm going to bring out from my pocket like a little brooch that looks almost like a paint palette. And then it flips open to reveal my bleed detector.
Okay. How does your bleed detector work? Is it like a gauge, or does it show?
So I would like to think that it functions kind of like a mood ring. So there's like this glimmery sort of solidified almost paint mixes on the palette.
Absolutely.
And depending on the tone of it is how close it is. So like if it's bright red, we are in big trouble.
Okay.
And the closer to the red it is, the worse
Pepper,
it off.
congratulations, you have yourself a big, beautiful ruby ring. This building is saturated in bleed.
We need to get out of here. We need to get out of here. We need to get out of here. Get out!
Aloysius, even with the success diving into the depths of what's going on here, I would like you to take a mark in bleed.
Ew.
Oh boy.
Does that show aesthetically or anything like that at this point?
No. If you get 3, then that would make a scar. But no, it's just done some damage. I mean, if you want to, in a non-mechanical affecting way, that you can present it as you like. But I think it makes you a bit dizzy. Just the raw magic energy seeping through into whatever this is causing this storm. And you do manage to get out though, and you get to your friends and everyone. You spill out of the door onto the streets, and you see as you come back out, as this storm has been intensifying over, it's almost like a whirlpool in water. The clouds directly above the steel are churning, lit both from within and beneath as lightning crashes both between the clouds and down to the various steel factory smokestacks and antenna that are gathered around the place. You see it starts to corkscrew down, swirling down, almost like a tornado down towards the den of the bootleggers. And it has been reaching hungrily down towards the building as you've been doing this. But as you escape and you see the flames, those iridescent colors growing stronger, brighter within the building that you've left behind you, you see that funnel of electrical energy rising back up to the clouds above as it starts to recede, and you are out on the street with a badly burnt but alive Gov.
I think I throw him essentially kind of on the street, and he probably stumbles and topples, and the coats kind of go everywhere, and everyone else sees Wish. The longest string of curse words you have ever heard in your life. And he is just like steaming from the back. Like there's no back of the shirt. it's probably like bare ass, just like everything back there, like a cartoon, is just burnt off. Just like, oh my god.
What? Why?
Somebody deal with him.
Mr. Tataloza, would you could you just maybe check.
Check. Yes, no, it's bright red. What color does this look like?
No, I mean him. Check him.
Oh, right. She's very torn from like she's glaring daggers at you and is torn from trying to avoid looking at Wish, but also making sure that he's okay, but also like please, and just running the bleed detector over the individual in front of us,
okay.
Who's Gov.
While Pepper's doing that, like William's rifling through his bag and he pulls out this bundle of notes that was given to him earlier to peruse, and it's basically if it's allowed, I'm going to pull out my first bit of gear, which is actually research notes. And I would like them to be just like a collection of notes, observations people have of like similar-esque situations that may have happened like this before, to see if I can find any correlation between things that previous cases and the case right now. And it's the worst time for William to be doing this because it's still raining quite heavily outside. So he's doing his best to kind of cover the papers and still read through them quickly, and he's going, fire was by John Salamander's nukes. And he's kind of trying to glean any potential knowledge that we can, John, from previous cases that may have had similarities.
Okay, make me a focus roll, please.
Okay.
So it's 2 dice, one of them gilded.
One of them gilded. I will add a drive to this.
Okay, so 2 regular, 1 gilded.
Okey-doke.
Sounds like an in and out order.
Also, I sent you a message, John.
I think if it's the one, I think
Oh dear.
there isn't any bleed left, just the effects that caused them, that was caused by them. Sorry.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Oh, mixed success on my gilded.
On the gilded, yeah. So you get your drive back.
Yep. So if you've spent a drive, you get it back.
You do remember the various other previous cases that you were told about as you were put onto this investigation, but the mixed success is that yes, there was fire like this, and there were reports of these strange colorations and unusual weather patterns, but the mixed, the setback, if you will, is that all the others died. So you do not know.
I think I turn and probably Wish is probably closest to him as I've been bouncing around, and I think William does with all of this, like, yes, look at this, it says here, similarities were discovered previously, and the last people that this up, they all died, every single one of them.
Gov's like, what?
All died. And I think that's also part of the mixed success. I was so excited, William was so excited that he blurts this out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say what at the exact same time as Gov. What?
What's
Johnny
doing?
Well,
Yeah,
Johnny is concerned that this kind of instance will be quickly communicated throughout the city here, and the OUP are probably on the way, as well as some regular perfs.
We need to get them to a safe place.
We need
Come
to
on.
make like a tree and get the fuck out of here.
Can I please use my thing?
Which one?
I know a guy.
Oh,
Okay.
perfect.
Okay.
All right.
I would like to, not to cross-pollinate universes too much, but I would like to go to a very specific bar where I know the the bartender incredibly well, and by know them well, I don't owe them money, but Wish does, and I've had to bail them out once or twice.
Okay.
If that's okay with you.
Okay.
Oh, that's totally fine.
Great.
Can I? Yeah.
So it's once per assignment, GM nearby that gives you someone that can help you.
I got it.
They will give you a temporary contact and explain why they might have insight to the investigation. In this case, it's less insight, and I'm looking for safe haven.
Yeah. You know that on the edge of the steel there is an establishment known as the Roast, and that is the perfect
That
place
is
to go.
oddly appropriate.
Is
Maybe
it
that's
though?
why I'm thinking of it. I'm just like fire, roasted people. It's fine. It's
So,
like
Aloysius, you bundle up the gov, and everyone goes splashing off down the street towards the nearby safe haven that Pepper leads you to.
Pepper leaves you with her pea coat because do not need to see butt right now, and you were probably cold.
Okay. So, splashing through the streets, you make your way quickly to the Roast, and you see the grimy windows and the small lantern sputtering, glowing with this magical electrical energy that is blessed with new fare. And you see quite a few people inside, taking the chance to hide away and nurse drinks as long as possible before, old Joe gives them too much crap for just holding onto a glass and not drinking up. And you make your way over to the Roast there, and push your way in through the door and out of that nasty rain. Now,
Just try to look like, a couple of people who've come off a really hard day at work, even if we all look like we don't.
Yeah, no problem on that one.
Right.
yeah, I
told
think
you 2 minutes.
Aloysius, with that success in the move that you did, I think you were fast enough so that Gov can walk. I think if you'd got a mixed, he would have been badly injured, but because of the speed with which you fished him out of there, he is able to walk by himself as well, and you kind of plop him down on the street as you stop here and kind of arrange yourselves in a semi bluffable arrangement here. Push through the door, and you see that Joe looks up, the half-orc with the big shock of black hair oiled back over the top of his scalp, and the white shirt with the sleeves rolled up past the elbow, like 5 buttons down, like very similar to Johnny actually, down the front, and the apron around his waist. He's like, "Oh, Pep."
Hi, Joe. Sorry to bother you. Round?
Well, I reckon she's buying. And he gestures to the nook around the sides, and a kind of little snug around the edge. She's in back.
Thank you. Alright.
You're gonna finish that. You're gonna sit there all bloody night. It turns to one of the people who just doesn't want to go out in the rain again.
Before I head out, just to make sure, I leave an extra lot of coin, just a tip,
Okay.
/ with a general slide, leaves the fingers on a little long, stares up in a "we're not here" kind of eye gaze that Joe knows well by this point.
Yep.
And
This is a bolt hole for Candela in the steel. So yeah, no problem.
yeah, and also, you wouldn't happen to have any spare clothes on you?
Not in your size.
I gesture back at Wish.
Oh, Wish. The usual.
Yes, please.
Tequila. Nothing round the rim because you got your own salt. There you go, mate.
Funny every time.
Hey.
I'm just going to palm all the nuts out of some sort of dish that they just have on the bar. Taking these.
Those with the shells.
And
Eat them all.
And yet no shits were given that night.
And you push on through to the back room, to the snug, and Joe just turns around and starts kind of aggressively polishing a glass. Look, there's a reason I stopped running that bloody cafe and changed to a bar. If one more person had come in asking for a cup of Joe, I don't see why I can't get my turn. Why I can't get my revenge and get a pun in from time to time. And you see under that white collar just a little wisp of black smoke comes off. But you don't see that as you push through into the snug.
We don't see that.
You don't.
The
no.
audience sees that. Oh,
You
good.
made the most ominous pun I've ever heard in my life.
And you push through, and Pepper, as you assumed when he said she's in back, you enter the snug and see her hands on the table where a map has been stretched out across the central table. The impressive, authoritative form of Lightkeeper Carmen Brightspear. Her tight copper curls unaffected by the inclement weather, as she turns, the emerald eyes flashing recognition and questioning, as her mouth shifts, which causes a kind of knock-on effect on this strange shadow-like scar across her whole right side. Pepper, I trust...
Lightkeeper?
Oh gods, we have guests.
Yes, it's again.
She's like, get in, close the door.
Huh.
I usher them in with like just a general. Again, the attitude has changed. Gone is like the nervous and then the motherly, and this at this point like Pepper is Pepper, and there's just a slump, and just as the professor, who I don't know if they saw her beforehand like this, closes to the door, and she just leans and goes, right, and then goes to like the closest whiskey bottle and chugs.
Take it easy, Pepper. We're not done this long night yet.
I know.
Wish, who's the pet?
This Gov, he's a scarlet enthusiast.
You hoisted them before.
Yeah. Before the whirlpool in the sky took him up. Yeah.
So, the pattern can be broken.
I lost my pants to it. Not sure if it's worth it.
Johnny? How many samples you packing?
I mean, normally I would blush at such a question, but you know me.
Save it for a victory lap, alright?
Oh, he did one of those earlier. Actually, it didn't go so well this time, but a lap is a lap.
I see the professor was able to survive.
Yes, he helped us get in.
Well, congratulations, Prof. Seems you don't outright murder every group you put with.
I should
What's
be
that
here.
supposed to mean?
Oh, I'm sorry, you didn't get the full missive?
No.
Yeah, what's this about?
I'll let the professor fill it in. It would be unprofessional for me to gossip. Now, come on, plonk him down there. You,
All right.
stay quiet. That's to go. And she turns. Every single one. A scarlet dust den. But why? First was here.
Something in the den?
That was years ago. And she pulls over the map and she starts putting bottle caps on the locations. And the next was Sierra. Now, Aloysius, do you lean in and look at this map in any great detail?
Absolutely, yeah. I think Aloysius is, to use the phrase again, leaned into his investigative role rather than just being a brute as of late.
Yeah.
So definitely taking note of the geographics of what's going on.
You lean in to get a better look. Again, like the Lightkeeper, putting your arms on the table to look over. And the Lightkeeper continues placing the bottle caps, but distractedly looking more at you than the bottle caps. And she even runs a finger down your arm.
Lightkeeper, are you getting at something?
You always had this. Usually dressed a little less, burnt.
Exposed?
And you see where
Yeah.
your sleeve has been burnt away by the fire, and it shows that long string of numbers.
Yeah, I've had that since the prison investigation. I don't really remember putting it on myself, but yeah, it's been a while.
Your bail was very expensive, but you're welcome.
Thank you.
We needed you. Perhaps more than we first intended. Don't you notice? Look carefully. And you look again at the map and the bottle caps that she's placed. She's placed 4 at the moment. And she goes, it doesn't quite. And she looks disappointed. And as you look carefully at the placements and kind of look at the side, the legend of the map, the bottle caps are at the coordinates on the map, which, if broken up in the right places, are exactly the numbers on your arm.
Well, I'll be damned.
But look, coincidence? And she looks at the last one, but she's put the 4th one there, and it does not match the last set of numbers in your string. How'd you get this?
Well, and I'm just going to kind of... There's nothing really holding on this burnt shirt except like kind of like over the shoulders, so I'm just gonna remove the rest of it. And kind of put a leg
Thank you for the hydrate in chat. Thank you.
Thank you for the hydrate. What is it? Pepper for her parts, just like, oh bloody hell.
Wishes cut. He's jacked.
What's Wishes cut? Wishes rock.
He's a crystal.
Crystal Genasi.
I've heard of another
But
Genasi
what-
somewhere cutting a rather fine figure in other worlds. Although I was going to get the shit kicked out of him on Monday.
There are
thread.
many different, tiny, fairly small, what just kind of seem like doodles, that Wish goes on to explain that
Yeah.
he put on himself, but they are noticeably not from the same style, which I think is something that Wish was always kind of bothered by. It's like, I can't doodle worth a heck, and some of these are actually pretty good, but I don't know what they mean. It's just like there's a bird over here, there's a butterfly over there, there are numbers over there.
Several stylized animals. Several of them were put on after some of those episodes in the prison, including the numbers specifically.
Yeah,
but
numbers came after I lost my finger.
there was the bird, the butterfly. There's a monkey, some sort of raccoon-looking creature, a snake coiled off the end of the numbers, and prowling over your shoulders. You take your shirt off fully. A tiger prowling down your opposite arm, and other various random geometric shapes, the kind of hash marks counting off something.
I just, I know I would wake up sometimes really sore, not just from the ink, but I just had to do this. I would dislocate my shoulder sometimes just to get the right angle, make sure it worked. I don't even like animals that much, but they're all over me now. Were you thinking, Lightkeeper?
When did you get these? You
Well, you remember when?
But you tell her, right?
Yeah, the prison investigation. I went in there, got incarcerated myself, and was in there for 2 years. So it was over a length of time to investigate the phenomenon in prison.
She,
you know how they
closes
my tombstones.
She closes her eyes. Yes, your parents will be missed. And she's doing some calculations in her mind, clearly, and she's like, And she kind of cordons off the first 3 bottle tops she puts down, the ones that match your arm. These 3 happened whilst you were in prison. The 4th came later. So your 4th set of numbers must be something else. And she almost slightly painfully twists your arm round to get the proper look at the last numbers and traces a finger. And she's like, well, that's certainly not a scarlet dust then. As she's pointing to where the last set of numbers represent, and it is a location in the eaves. The eaves is the area of New Fair up above where the old buildings of the ruined city below, the topmost towers of the crashed enclave, protrude up out of the subterranean caverns which the rest of the ruins occupy. And those buildings have been taken and used by some of the more advantage-grabbing folk who are down, what's it called? South Soffit is the area underneath the eaves. But then on top of these old fair buildings is the richest district of the whole city, known as the Eaves, as they sit atop the old rooftops of the ancient city. The exclusive upscale community perched on the exposed old Farron buildings. The district is exceedingly wealthy and exclusive, and also home to the residents of the Premier, although that's not what your coordinates point to. I'd say that might be the next port of call.
What was the amount of time between these incidents? Should we get there ASAP, you think? Do some scouting, or?
I honestly couldn't tell you. We haven't had one fail before. And she looks over at Gov. Mr. Gov, was it? You and I need to go and take a little trip. I'm going to take Gov to the 4th Pharos. He needs to have his injuries seen to, she tactfully says. Papaya.
Before you do, I have a question for Mr. Gov.
What is it?
We were told you were having nightmares.
Yeah.
What of?
All sorts. Dark places I got myself trapped when I was a kid. And it's funny. I was reliving everything that ever went wrong, everyone who ever wronged me. Everyone I want revenge against.
And what happened to them?
I don't know. I moved up in the world. And the keeper's just... Well, moving up off-world tonight. You four, get to the eaves as quickly as possible. What is it, Professor?
I was just possibly wondering if we might have a list of victim names from the previous attacks.
Certainly. I'll have it telegrammed to you. It's, nothing apart from the fact they're all Scarlet Dust Ends.
Yes, thank you very much, Lightkeeper. Mr. Gov? Mr. Gov?
Yeah, the name's Trevor.
Trevor. Terribly sorry about that, Trevor.
Unless you're looking for a job, I'm happy to be your gov. I think you scared off my employees.
Well, let me be honest. After what I've seen tonight, I may very well be taking you up on that offer of a change of employment, Trevor. And I look pointedly at the Lightkeeper when I say that. Then I turn my attention back to Trevor, and I say, Mr. Trevor, if you would be so kind, you mentioned people that you wished potential hardship upon. Could I trouble you to maybe write down any names that you remember of those people who so tormented you at that time?
Sure, there was...
you're doing it now. Fantastic. Paper.
There was Big Bruiser Bazza. He was this big bully in school. He always pushed me down.
Fantastic.
Took me crust to bread.
Bazza was his first. Okay.
There was there was Clara.
I know you have a list of names in that head of yours, John. Come on, give it to me immediately.
And he details various innocuous things, like his first love that spurned him at some point, and just they don't seem like.
No matter how puerile or strange it seems, I write down every name he gives me. I fold up the paper. I go to tuck it in my jacket pocket, and then realize that I passed that over to Wish earlier. I then look at the heap of burned, scarred, ripped things and just sadly put it in my back pocket instead.
But think of the new elbow patches you'll be able to
get. What is it? I think as this is going on, Peppa's still working through it. Sees if she can get clothes for Wish, because we can't go to rich people area town fancy with half a naked.
It is, as I said, it's a bolt hole for Candela here, so there are roughly sized clothes for various sized operatives.
And
a variety of styles.
And as she goes through, as she's going through the stuff just to generally in her coat, and she's like, I really liked that jacket. And she panics for a second. Do we still have the jackets? I'm gonna say yes, maybe.
Yeah, essentially.
I'm gonna say that maybe I'm hoping that mine was one of the first ones, because if it's not as damaged, inside the coat she's gonna pull out a deck of cards, and then okay, safe, and then pocket those.
I mean, this is part of a D&D world. Is it deck of many things?
Ew. This is a very old deck of cards, scratched up, very well used. Heirloom.
Now, here's a question for maybe Johnny or Gov or something. Anybody else who procures what the hell?
Johnny. Alright. Continue.
What the hell is in this scarlet dust that attracts so much lightning and fire that seems green?
All colors.
Are you asking Gov or the Lightkeeper?
I'm asking Gov and Johnny, who seems to know their way around certain substances.
Johnny, it's not all Scarlet Dust. Certainly, it's not hasn't put a dent in the flow coming into the city. It's still readily available. Although it seems potentially from less and less sources, perhaps focusing on one particular source. It looks like someone's trying to take out their, the opposition, the competition.
I think it's less to do with the product and more the opportunity. I think someone's making a play here. I think this is a business venture gone slightly awry with few unexpected consequences, perhaps.
Now, you part ways with the Lightkeeper and head back out through the roast and into the streets again. As you're traveling across town once more, it seems the storm is lessening, although rain is still spattering down, and there is the occasional kind of begrudging rumble of disconsolate thunder lingering around some of these dark streets. It's not going to be a pleasant night at all. But you managed to make the journey across town whilst the trolleys are still working. And you transfer part way onto one of the cable cars that radiate out from a hub in central New Fair, and it climbs up. And you get the rare chance, as folks like you are not overly welcome in the eaves, or have no reason to go there, but you get to enjoy the sight of rising up above the rooftops here. You can see the brighter section that is red lights, where all of the evening's entertainments are in full swing. You can see the dark silhouettes of the steel, the factories and chimneys clawing up vengefully towards the sky that was spitting fire at them. You do not see a great blaze burning amongst the factories, so it seems that has been extinguished. Probably the OUP pretending it was some sort of industrial accident. The cable car, shuddering but moving ever upwards, reaches the terminus at the top. As you see the buildings tucked underneath of South Soffit, the sparks of the exposed wiring leading up through the city to the city above, the eaves, and all the rich residences up there. And you step out onto the streets.
Hats down. Neaton's boots. Pepper looks incredibly uncomfortable here.
William, as we arrive, goes up to Johnny and he says, Mr. Wing, what are the odds, do you think, in your professional opinion, that a little bit of clandestine skullduggery is in your future?
Wait, are you flirting with me?
What?
I did.
No, just I look across at like Pepper and Wish. It's like the skullduggery. What's the other word for it?
Fucking.
Good Lord, that was not what I
You
intended to say
are
at all.
flirting with me then.
Hold on a moment. Let me pull out my
2 minutes.
my little book of commentary. Skullduggery. No, it says here skullduggery is sneaking. Oh, you're trying to pull my leg. Oh, I see. Very good,
Yes.
Mr. Wish.
Trying to pull.
Very good, Mr. Wish. Mr. Wing, how likely do you believe it will be that there will be some sneaking in your future?
I think while you're looking at your notes, I sneak around behind you and tap you on the back of the shoulder. I mean, pretty often.
Sort of, I look up from the notes, see you're gone, feel the tap on my shoulder. There's a visible physical body flinch as you do so. And I spin around, and William's eyes are somewhat wild before he pulls back to his normal, nervous self. He says, "Oh, yes, Mr. Wing, quite so. Like that. Do you believe you'll be repeat performance? Not on me, but perhaps on someone somewhat less related to me directly. I fish in my bag and I pull out a vial, going to add my second bit of gear, which is weirdly enough, run with me here, it's lab equipment. But the reason it's lab equipment is because of the effect that I can then use, which is I can have spent a few minutes, if I have lab equipment, to create a small potion, which can be acidic, explosive, flammable, loud, sticky, toxic, or sleep-inducing. And I have, as a scholar who has spent many a long night, mind-aware, created my own form of sleep-inducing potion. And I pass that vial. Well, I hold my hand out to Johnny and say, "This is my most potent brew for the nights when I absolutely could not sleep without it. This should knock out anything short of a Tarrasque in very short order. Perfectly harmless. But if you believe you might be able to make some use of it,
Well, I don't know who this Tarrasque fella is, but well, thanks very much.
Something I read in an ancient script somewhere. That's something called the Handbook Game of Players. I don't really recall.
I'm not one for playing games. I'm more of a, well, feckin' agent is what most people call me.
Let
Thanks.
me tell you, from what I read in that
Juice.
book, it was not a game at all. Not a game any of us would care to play.
Yeah, that sounds pretty nerdy.
He says,
What's up, my bro? It's what I'm saying, man!
I'm gonna turn to Pepper real quick and say, 30 minutes, something happens there that's gonna dislocate a hip.
40 minutes, the person that falls asleep with that potion not only falls asleep, but injures themselves.
You're on.
As you stride out of the terminus into the beautifully cobbled streets, tree-lined, and the clatter of hooves and wheels as various well-appointed carriages await the returning nobility of New Fair, as they had been out celebrating down in the Varnish, or Red Light perhaps, I shan't tell. But they quickly scoot from the terminus building into the carriages and rattle off into the night to bed. You follow the directions that you've taken from the Lightkeeper's map. Away from the main boulevards. A well-to-do street still. Townhouses along the sides, but just a little out of view compared to others. It looks like there might be some well-to-do businesses here, perhaps lawyers' offices, accounting firms and the like. And you spy down the end of the street, still far enough away that you wouldn't be potentially, clocked, paying too much attention, the building to which the coordinates on Aloysius's arm point. Pepper, yeah?
As we reach the street at last, the same opens up like almost like that little paint palette sort of brooch that she's got tucked away amongst her things. She brings out her bleed detector, and just thumbs, like, my brain's like a fidget cube, but I don't know how many people have actually interacted with a fidget cube. Thumbs like the groove where one would mix. That's part of the sort of the design. That sort of like area where one would mix like colors into making different pigments, and just thinks about colors. And under her breath, she keeps repeating the line that she was told once when she was very small. For each color wept. And she's just thinking and puzzling through. Oh. As she's walking along, and she thinks of her absolutely, again, beautiful, kind, older sister Monroe, and just, no, maybe, no. As she's walking next to Wish, and with the professor probably directly in front, as she's trying to keep an eye on him.
As you walk together and come within sight of the building indicated by the coordinates, you do see, not unheard of in the eaves, but very rare, guards, clearly, standing sentry on the front steps of the building. How would you like to proceed?
What is it with always the guards?
What kind of guards are we referring to? Do they seem like private detail? Maybe like
they are not
armored.
They are not in periphery uniforms, although periphery patrols do come around here quite regularly. They definitely look like hired private security forces. Yep. So, how would you like to approach? Johnny, I think you've had a rooftop adventure or two in this district.
I certainly have. There's various opportunities for gentlemen such as myself, but I want to try something here. I'm going to use the first of my gear, if possible.
Okay.
Woo!
And I will pull out a pre-prepared, as we were riding the thing to get here, some forged documents that would allow for 3 visitors to pass by the guards, by the entrance. Only 3, as I will go elsewhere.
Okay.
And I'll hand them to Wish. This should get you inside. If I've done them right. It's been a while, but should be good.
Alright. See you on the flip side, Johnny.
You got it.
I'll kind of hand them out to Pepper and Will.
Okay. They are suitably urgent and high-ranking that you would be allowed in at this late hour. Although you're pretty sure that the people who usually work in the office would have to be called from elsewhere. But perhaps that would give you the time you need inside.
If Johnny is on the way and is going to be sneaky maneuvering around, I would actually like to use my specialty once we get to the guards, depending on how we are allowed in. I'd like to use misdirection. So as we're going through just the smiles and the sighs and just being the face of it all, I guess, for lack of a better word. And just, thank you so, like, holds themselves a little straighter, Their shoulders are back. They immediately adopt a grace that is just not what they have, as they channel one of their other older sisters, Quincy, and Emra, and just, it is rather urgent. And I'd like to use my misdirection ability. So the first cunning roll that somebody uses on hide, so you or an ally, is worth 2 dice instead of 1.
But it's on your hide roll.
No, the first cunning roll, you or an ally, oh, sorry.
Yep. You make a hide check,
Oh.
and if you use drive or someone helps you with drive, it counts for 2 dice instead.
Okay.
So
But the first cunning you or an ally spend on this roll? Oh,
Yeah, 'cause
sorry.
they can help
Never
you.
mind.
Yeah.
My bad. I thought I was helping someone else. My bad.
But I mean, this is you're using your words to distract a target from what's actually happening with Slink, the Slink Johnny.
Yep.
So you can use that. Okay. So
Yes, please.
the 3 of you approach with your documents and your new togs.
Yep.
Splashing down the street, the large gentleman on the front steps steps down off the steps as you're clearly coming towards the door. Evening, folks. Lost?
Lost? We have an urgent message to those inside.
There's nobody inside.
Did you not get the telegram?
It's 11:30.
And we have been walking in this weather for what is happening in the inside of this. I cannot believe you were not informed. Professor, they weren't informed.
Apparently not. Apparently not.
Please inform me then.
I-
What am I missing out on?
I hand the document over. We have been sent to deliver a very important message. Not for your eyes, though. It's a bit above your grade.
Now, Johnny, what do these documents say? And are they papers describing your 3 friends as birthday party entertainers?
It
They
says anything that will successfully get them in.
Yes.
That's what it literally says. It just says get them in.
Okay, well, hang on.
It's just like it
Hang
just
on,
like
hang
it
on.
just says if you're reading this, let them in or I will kill you.
In like ransom letters.
Signed the
We
mayor
have
of the
your
city.
daughter.
Signed
Hurry
the head
home.
of the periphery.
Hurry home tonight.
Please make me a focus check, Johnny, for just a quick flashback here to when you were creating these documents.
Focus check, you say. Okay. I'm gonna
In
spend a
character.
drive.
I just like Pepper, by the way, for her part, completely looking the part. Like,
Yeah.
she really does look like she's supposed to be here,
Yeah.
and these people are in her way.
So, Johnny, that's one dice, 1 gilded.
It's not a gilded action.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at survey. Yeah.
Yeah.
Focus. Yeah, my bad.
I mean, I would have taken it, but
2 dice, 2 dice, please.
Listen, the GM
Yes.
said you could roll it
We
gilded, Johnny. I
have
don't know why
pools
you're
of dice
arguing.
from our beloved community, by the way.
Yeah,
You
we
just
should
actually-
probably.
Yeah, Johnny, if you want to use one of those dice, they are there.
do you know, I'll use one.
Yeah, we've got
I'll
3.
add one.
These are those lovely people, so enjoy. Okay, so that is 3 dice.
Okay. Okay, that's a 4, a 3, and a 2. So a 4.
Okay. So,
What do we get for trade?
Okay.
you... Once you heard
I'm looking.
the location, you used your focus to try and remember what this particular business was involved in. And I'll say that with a mixed success as you got there, you remember that, well, you correctly assumed that this is a generalized office for an exterior company's holdings in the city, and they deal with all of their business on behalf of an estate beyond the boundaries of New Fair. But you didn't know exactly what dealings they had. But considering what's been happening, you did take a stab in the dark that it could be something Scarlet Dust involved. So you've worded it in a way that it's a little vague, but it hints at connections to that business. And the man on the steps here, looking down, his black coat's fairly well fitting his impressive frame, pulls his cap down to keep the rain out, and leans over the documents so as not to smudge them.
Pepper's just staring at him, like, again, he's in her way.
I'm being paid to be in your way, love.
I know, it's annoying. Stop it.
You know, I think it might be your lucky night. If this rather diplomatically worded missive is what it purports to be, we'll find out, won't we?
Won't we? Are you going to let us in or not?
Yeah, hang on. And
As soon as he turns around.
he reaches behind and pulls a bell chain, and you hear the clang of a bell on the interior, and heavy footfalls, and a very similar looking person, although just without the raincoat and the cap on, more of a kind of like almost like a butler looking kind of attire, but clearly bodyguard material, kind of muscle as well, opens the door. Evening, folks. Might I take your jackets?
No. And I've walked forward.
He raises his eyebrow at the guy outside. He's like, sorry, your problem now. And the guy inside...
Are you coming or what?
Gestures the three of you as you hurry after Pepper into a...
I'm going to point at
Which-
both of them and just say, like, you get a good deal if you buy in bulk, huh? Yeah. All right.
He's like, if you're looking for work, you're built right.
Oh, take a card if he, like, offers one out. All right.
And
Yeah, sure, man.
you're ushered into a room which is clearly some sort of waiting area. This looks like a townhouse on the exterior, but inside it's clearly offices of some kind. And you're in a kind of bland room, and the little faucets are turned up on some gas lamps. They were just like very low level lighting, but the room is brightened properly, and you're offered to sit on a very nice kind of couch. Not fancy or anything, but very nicely upholstered. And there are some books, and there's a bookcase of various histories and various agreed upon things that the ascendancy, the religious folks here in town would be very, very proud that were on display, and very happy to be perused by folks with too much time waiting. Johnny,
Yes.
what are you doing? Yes, skulking little bastard.
He is thinking back to one of the many rooftop missions you previously mentioned, and is going to sneak
Distracted.
his way across the rooftops and find alternate means of entry.
Okay. So, we have 2 rolls to go here. I will say, if Pepper's hide roll is successful using her ability,
Yep.
then
Yep.
that will give you an extra dice without needing to use any drive. So, Pepper, you make your hide first, please.
Am I using all of it? Because I've got a gilded, and then it's 2 colored and a gilded.
It's not. Remember, the gilded just replaces one, so it's one.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
So am I using both dice, or is it just the 1 dice to roll?
Well, are you using drive as well? Because remember, it'll count for 2.
I haven't used it into. Wait, hang on. This is for hide. Yeah, I'm back at full.
Do you have
I
cunning?
might as well.
You have cunning? Yep.
Yep.
Okay, so if
I'm
you
gonna
use
use a drive.
if you use a drive of cunning, that will give you 4 dice total with 1 So 3 and 1 gilded.
And I was like, it's like, I think that it is that, no, and that stomp, that is probably your cue.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, come on.
Hey!
Oh, 6 on the gilded and double 6.
That is a critical success. 2 6s and
Go
1
pepper,
on
go
the
pepper.
gilded, so you get your drive back.
Right back.
Good job.
Hell yeah.
You.
Thank you, universe.
This means you succeed and get something extra as well. Okay.
Again,
Apologies in advance.
That's okay. I'd like to think she's a force of nature right now. She's definitely a mirror. She's channeled the sister that used to throw knives.
You succeed in convincing the guards on the inside to look after you and pamper you and keep you happy until some staff can be rustled awake and driven over here by carriage, which means they are thoroughly distracted, giving Johnny an extra dice on what is about to happen. For the extra from that critical, as they're very happy to please your group, the gentleman in the butler-type uniform delivers that business card to Aloysius. And
Thank you.
as Aloysius is reading the details on the back, that means the pretty side, the logo side, if you will, is facing you. And you sit and stare at the fox head emblem of the de Volpe family. Johnny!
That's me.
Oh.
Happy critical.
It is good. It is good. I love it. It's good. This is what I signed up for.
Johnny. I think you'll be doing a bit of hiding yourself, yes?
I believe so.
Okay. So,
You get the
you
bonus.
have that bonus from that successful pepper action there. So that's 3 dice as it stands, with one of them a gilded.
Okay. I will add
Some drive as well.
I will add a drive to it.
Okay. And you have resistance there as well if you want to have another
I
bash.
do have resistance.
Yep.
I do have resistance.
Okay,
I keep
so-
forgetting about that.
No worries. We haven't had
Let's
any, but the dice have been too kind. We haven't had to use them. Okay, so you have that gives you 3 dice.
3 dice and
I have
a gilded.
and I have 2 sat here.
You do.
And Bree,
Let's use
Bree
one.
said we'll
Let's
keep it
use
nice
one.
and stocked, quote unquote.
Yeah. So let's use
Oh,
them.
that's
So
very
4,
sweet. Thank
you, Bree.
you.
4 normal and a gilded. Okay.
No, 3. 3 normal and a gilded. 4 total.
Next, I'm using a drive, and there's the 1 extra from.
From chat. Yep,
And
so
I've
that's 4 total.
Wait, no, I'm confused because I've got 2
Yes.
for hide.
Yes. One of which is gilded.
Yes. Wait.
It doesn't. The gilded dice isn't an extra dice. It just means that one of the dice you roll is gilded.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. My
So
mistake.
yeah, the two that you have for your stat for hide, one
You
is
got this.
gilded, one is normal. Then you've got the drive, your own drive, and then the chat drive.
That's it. Okay.
So 4
Thank
total.
you.
No problem.
New game.
You get
Yes.
who dis?
Rolling dice.
We did.
I did that
Oh.
before.
Dice.
Okay. So, I will go through these in order. There is a 3 on the normal dice. There is
Okay.
a 4 on the gilded dice.
Okay.
There is a 5 on the normal dice.
Okay.
And there is a 6
Hey.
on the normal dice.
Now, if you want your drive back, you can choose to use the gilded 4 for a success with complications, or you can take the 6.
I'm going to take the 6. I think.
Okay. So, you easily, employing all of your skills and experience, shimmy up the drain pipe, vibrating as it is under your hands as the water cascades from the rooftop above on the interior. The nice, generous eaves of these buildings, well-appointed buildings, keeps the walls actually relatively dry here as they're tucked away underneath. And you scale up the adjacent building, having almost stepped into view of the guards on the back door as well as the building you're looking at. But catching yourself, you drop back into the shadows, shimmy up above, take a few steps back, watch your stepping, do not slip and fall to a rather painful arrival back at street level. And I think we switch to the camera on the guard at the back of the house as he's like picking his nose, but we see behind him the gap between the two buildings. A little halfling sail silently between the two buildings. And
Naruto running.
with that full success, absolutely. And with that full success, as you leap nimbly to the other roof, you find, unfortunately, for these poor folks in this house, that's one of those nice bay windows on the top floor here, sticking up out of the rooftop, is still unlocked. Whoops.
Oh, what a shame.
Closed against the rain.
careless.
Now that is something you have to be careful of, because once you open and step inside, it will have very clearly been opened during the rain. There's no way to keep things dry as you step in. But
Let me.
as long as you got it.
Let me message you real quick. This is a terrible idea, but it's fine.
Oh, I love it
Yeah.
already.
Go for it.
Speed file. Anyone who knows my backstory currently freaking the fuck out right now. Thank you. Thank you for the present.
There's going to be an opportunity in a second.
Amazing.
The reason I wanted to make an original one is because I wanted to tap into everything.
Excellent.
As I said, hold my beer. Now, you silently slip through the window, kind of shake off as much of the moisture about your person on the sill before you slip inside. Kind of pat yourself down with the curtains.
Yeah.
And find yourself in some offices. What would you like to do?
Immediately taking in my surroundings, seeing if anything seems out of place for this particular kind of establishment, shall we say.
Okay. Could you please make me a... what would this be? A focus, wouldn't it? A focus roll for inspecting
Focus.
and analysing.
Okay.
Now,
So that's...
we have one more of those little dice up there. Do you have some
I only...
intuition drive, I believe?
I have... I've used my intuition drive.
But you had,
All of it?
you had two, yeah.
I had two, and I've used two.
Okay. So, would you like to use that dice?
I'm going to use that dice, yes.
Okay. And also, because your roll downstairs was well, if anyone would like to use some intuition to help Johnny, then I will say you are distracting enough to give him time to inspect more thoroughly.
Nah, he's got it.
Intuition drive?
Yes.
You know what? Sure.
What's that
I
train
think
doing up here in the eaves? Sorry.
it's rude, is what it is. I think.
Polar Express.
Is this before or after I've seen the card? My
Um,
answer changes.
I mean, this
depending
is
on how I'm
this is
existing.
the distraction you've caused already, so it would have been
Oh, okay.
before.
Cool.
yeah,
Cool.
yeah.
Cool.
So
Cool,
use
cool,
some intuition.
cool.
Jokes aside, I will throw one.
I'm throwing a drive in your direction.
Okay, so you have 3 at the moment. Would you also like to use this pretty little dice here?
Sure, why not? Let's do it.
Okay, so you have 4 total.
And now we're officially out of out of chat
Chat
guilds.
dice. Yep.
Thanks in advance, Bree. This one's for you.
I
Yeah,
really liked
oh.
this system playing it. Oh my god, this is really good.
It's fun.
We're totally out of assisting dies, guys. This is a problem.
So,
Illmatic.
highest number is a 5.
Okay. You hunt through the offices here, deserted, neat and tidy, very professional. But you do find one that is a little more well appointed than the others. And you spy kind of, it's like, you know, those kind of offices where, you know, it's all segmented off and things, but instead of walls, it's all windows. above waist level. And it's like wooden, boarding along the sides. Hey, my, thank you. You
Gorgeous.
you see one that looks a bit more fancier, and it's got that kind of white frosting that they put on windows that kind of, so if you're just walking, if you like peer under it along the borders, you can see, but if you're just walking by, you can't see what's happening inside. You're kind of peering through and looking into the light here. You do see that there's one office that's definitely more nicely appointed than the others, but bad news. With that mixed success, it is very securely locked.
So, okay. What can I do about that? Wonder if I can try the thing that I messaged you about.
Yes, indeed. That's the plan.
So, what our audience sees is that Johnny just sort of now starts looking at his hand. He's like, I hate doing this, but fuck, is it useful sometimes? And his hand starts to go translucent as he slowly morphs his hand through the lock, and then slowly it passes through the door entirely as his form goes somewhat gelatinous momentarily.
Pepper,
Yes.
there is a flare on your bleed monitor.
I like lightly put my hand over it, as that's not what Peppa is thinking at all. If you will allow me to have a small flashback, as the lightning crackles and the light flares as she sees that symbol and the name, and she's maintaining like fine this. I'm hoping that the professor's being tottering enough that they're being a distraction right now, as she's staring at the card in Aloysius's hand, and like I think she like her posture, which has been like quite firm and uptight until this point, like slips a little, and she kicks him a little bit as she remembers a time when she was so much smaller and she was in her sister's arms as she watched her have a prediction. If you'll allow me to read it out. A much smaller Pepper, hair in like a soft little lower plait, wrapped up in a bundle in a large caravan with 6 other sisters. And she's the only one that sees the eldest sister, Monroe. Eyes go white, mouth open, as she hisses in a voice that isn't her own. Crackle, thick, blood, drip, ooze and malice bites. Beware the fox's teeth rip, and stones as cold as ice. 7th, born in boon, enflamed the wishes kept. The palette and their painters drift, and for each color wept. And there is just the smallest tear at the edge of her eyes that she is holding as tightly as she can back, as she's kicked Aloysius, and if he's looking at her like she's gone. She's a model, she's a statue, and she looks like she wants to scream and cry and set the world on fire all at the same time behind a very tight smile.
Now, Aloysius, we shall return to that moment in a second. Johnny, as the lightning illuminates this upper story and shines through your translucent forearm and hand, you use The abilities gifted to you that day by that unfortunate incident on a previous investigation. Not all bleed is bad, perhaps. And you elongate your fingers into the mechanism, sensing the right divots and shapes, and smile to yourself as with a satisfying click, you know it's to be unlocked. You kind of shake off the numbness as he comes back.
He immediately recoils the hand and okay.
Those of you in the QuestJunkies Discord, that's as much as I'll give you. You're reprobates. I'm looking at you.
Fall out.
Imagine if we'd let them have their way.
Oh, what other stuff?
3 times as horny. It goes like this.
As you slip within the office, Johnny. Aloysius.
So
John,
you know,
Aloysius. Yes, sir.
when I put the guy in a headlock, like, do I flex right then? I'm talking to the other muscle, just like exchanging tips, getting the.
I always find it's
attention
good
off
to get the palm of the other hand on the back of the neck, and then in the grip of the
yeah.
elbow.
Yeah,
Good night, sleep tight. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm starting to like mirror this guy's like speech mannerisms of just like, if I offend to like flatter, at least he's looking at me, and I'm keeping like this like eye over here to.
For example, hypothetically, no real force to be employed. But take your friend here, and he just grabs the professor by the scruff and just like holds him up.
Oh, I'm gonna love this.
Oh, I don't know why I'm here.
Don't worry, mate. I know you're here as special guests, but me and Wish here, we're having a bit of a teamwork. Now,
I can very much see that.
All right.
I didn't really like the air quotations as I'm hanging here.
Light as a feather, isn't he?
surprisingly, yeah.
Yeah, we're getting him on a high protein diet right after this, so
We
it'll be a
are.
little bit tougher. Yeah, you need it. You need like a legume or something.
Oh, there's this place in the Varnish. They sell this types of health food and stuff. They've got this shake, this protein shake. It's
Man, I love shakes.
It's spot on.
All right. Yeah, let's just exchange information.
Just
And I'm
Professor, it's
keeping
easy. You
side-eye
just
on
gotta lift the books up and down as you're reading them.
Right.
That's a pretty good idea.
Few
What, are you writing that
reps
down?
per page. Right.
Peppa's going to reach for this card. She wants to confirm that it's real.
That was just you.
Yeah, for sure. Kind of like behind the back.
Yep. It reaches to the card, pulls it,
Very much
brings
so.
it
I
over.
mean, the last time you saw it was on the gateposts of a certain countryman's. Now, Johnny.
Is-
Sorry.
Sorry, very quickly. Does she get the sense that this building is the same?
The same.
Yeah, the same as the building that she knew when she was young.
No, that was the country residence, the estate out in the country. This seems to be connected to that same family, but it's their representative in the city.
Okay.
Now, Johnny, as you slip into the office and start to look around, there are a couple more locks that need to be picked. Make me a hide for your sleight of hand. Let's see, of all these tasty treats I've got listed up here that are in this office, how well do you pick this lock, or the locks involved, and how much of this do we get? Let's see. So
Okay.
you have 2. I'm sure you have some cunning drive left.
I have plenty. So I'm going to use one, so that's 2 normal and 1 gilded, correct?
Yes, indeed.
And I
we have one
provide
up here,
a
if you wish.
drive as well by sharing trade secrets
say-
with the muscle.
I'll say, yeah, you've been able to do one each to elongate this time that Johnny has. So
Just like
that's one each. So yeah, so that's
Okay.
Poor professor, my
total.
God.
Yes, I am now fully unconscious and unable to aid in any.
But it's helping.
Yes, it is.
Oh, he's purple again. Huh?
4 total.
No, we don't need him
Yes,
purple.
please. So yeah,
Still, she's
3 regular, 1
still
gilded.
freaking out.
Okay. 2 3s and 2 6s.
2 6s.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, shit!
There we go.
Excellent.
Happy
Okay.
dog wiggles.
You-
Teamwork.
Quickly move past all the kind of regular above-board business dealings of the De Volpe family here in New Fair, and find the good stuff tucked away in a lockbox, which you have to use your special abilities again. Pepper again, you see a flare of the ring. And you get your hands on all the juicy goss. It seems that
All your dirty secrets.
the De Volpe family are trying to do an aggressive takeover of the Scarlet Dust market here. They have made connections in the Scarlet Woods with the bootleggers that are tapping the sap of the scarlet trees and are trying to drive out the competition. There are various documents. You see a list of the addresses that were destroyed by mysterious fires that your Lightkeeper had shared with you, those both before and after Aloysius was incarcerated. And you see that the bodies of those bootleggers that were destroyed by the fire were interred in a certain cemetery called the Salt Cemetery. Now, there is a report dated a few years ago, after the first couple of instances, the first 3, in fact, the ones that you saw in the mapping, and in the coordinates on Aloysius's arm. Those first 3 victims, having been interred in the Salt Cemetery, were the only ones to be interred there, as it seems burying victims inflicted with so much bleed meant that the staff, the grave tenders of the cemetery, were also exposed to the effects of those that they were burying. And there are documents detailing how the Salt Cemetery had to be quietly shut down. The staff invited to join the other members of the psychiatric hospital of New Fair, where Candela Obscura has also helped a few people victims of bleed to be put, because it does legitimately try to help them. But it is also where the OUP will hide away victims of phenomena, and it seems that the previous owners of this cemetery were put there. The cemetery was closed down, the stones torn up, the cemetery built upon. And you see that the corporation involved here were eager to use those stones, waste not, want not, and they put them towards one of the other booming businesses, and sadly, a profitable business whichever world you're in, as they built themselves a new prison with friends over at the periphery. The prison that Aloysius interred themselves in. And one that the Candela Obscura had to investigate on several occasions, above and beyond Aloysius's private investigations. That's how they found him and brought him into the fold. Because there were hauntings and phenomena aplenty in that prison. And you know, it's not in the documents here, but you know that Aloysius's tattoos were results of those encounters with those interred. And you now realize why Aloysius had those coordinates on his arm. It was the ghosts of Salt Graveyard. Interred in the walls of the prison as the stone was used, that visited Aloysius in his time in the prison, and gave him the means to take down and stop what was going on.
I'm gonna cry. Also,
You-
very nicely.
Also, with that critical role, discover vague references to what's happening here. These same bootleggers that they allied themselves with in the Scarlet Woods seem to have found what they refer to as an asset. One that can be called upon to deal with the competition. And there are also, last but not least, shipping orders. The fake deliveries brought into the city with the scarlet sap hidden within. But the rest of the details are very real. And you see the address. A village in the Scarlet Wood called Spirit Hold. And that, you know, is where this investigation needs to come to a close. Now, for time's sake,
Yep.
you slip out. Taking the documents or just the memory of?
I think I'd be taking the documents.
Fair. And, my friends, we are going to do a little time jump here as you expertly, Pepper using her gift of gab, to explain away that this has been some sort of misunderstanding and you don't want to disturb the office workers at this late hour, after all.
I'm so sorry.
And you extricate yourselves from the situation, moving away
Frank,
back
it's been a
towards...
In my case, rather literally.
No, remember, you remember this is my gym. Yeah,
Right.
like 3 times every 10 day. See you there.
Yeah, I'll see you on buys and tries.
Yes. And you head back to the terminus, down the cable car, and rest up. Now, I think this is not something that usually happens, but our investigation is going to be over the course of more than one day. So, you may reset your equipments as you reconfigure your stuff here, and as you rest up through the meager hours that remain to you this night, and the dawn comes in, still grey and overcast, but not as stormy as the day before, as it seems the asset is not in play at the moment. You use your Lightkeeper, Miss Brightspear, to quickly obtain yourselves tickets for one of those marvellous gas-filled flying machines. And the huge balloon-like zeppelin with its car underneath and the propeller sticking out the back rises gracefully from the skyport in the edge of New Fair as you, safe in now that the lightning strikes have stopped, traverse the distance between New Fair and one of the larger towns on the edge of Scarlet Wood, transferring after your airship journey to one of the carriages that run through the areas, buying yourself passage out to Spirit Hold Village. And it is there, as the clouds have finally broken, the storm skulking back up into the hills there, the Bridalborn Mountains, as you arrive in the small village of Spirit Hold and find yourselves on a fairly bright and pleasant day. The folks moving this way and that, looking rather nervously at these newcomers. You are appropriately dressed, slightly warmer garb up here in the foothills. The beautiful...
Pepper puts on her most charming smile
Yes.
to ease anyone who's going by. I think over the course of the journey, She may or may not have had a breakdown to wish about what had happened. I don't know if any information was communicated about other stuff, but at least about the card, there was definitely a moment. So she's definitely like I'm fine. I've had a traumatic experience, but it's okay. The sun is shining, the birds are singing, and I'm gonna wring someone's neck. Is the face she's making.
Gotcha. Okay.
I would have absolutely shared all that information as well.
Yes, absolutely. So, what would you like to do? You find yourselves here. You're dropped off at the central square of this village. Folks are kind of eyeing you suspiciously, almost nervously. Seems to be a certain tension in the village here.
Since our stuff has reset,
Yes.
may I please use my I know a guy again?
Sorry, the equipment is recent. Sorry.
Damn it.
Not all of your
Damn it.
abilities.
Damn it! I was so excited.
Never mind. Okay.
That's not out here, I'm afraid.
I think I go over to I try to be nice. It's do I see any sort of curious, not terrified, but curious, kind of younger kids around, by any chance?
Make me a survey.
Yeah, what's my survey? My survey is nothing. So do I just roll with disadvantage?
Indeed, it's 2 dice to take the lower. Although we have a gifted dice if you want to just roll 1 straight dice.
Can I use the gifted dice in one of my drives?
Indeed.
Yay!
I'll give you 2.
As this one. Doot doot. Ba-da. Oh no, that's remove a dice. Sorry guys, still not used to the system. Oh, come on!
Oh no!
Snake eyes.
You find
Alright.
the baby and then you accidentally kill it.
No.
No!
But
No, please don't.
Pepper, as you approach some suitably curious-looking children, you see a flurry of movement out the side of your eye. And it's like, who the bloody hell do you think you are? Stay away from my beards! And a rolling pin smacks you upside the head. I would like you to take a mark in body, please, as the mother of these children aggressively shoos you away.
I
don't care. I don't care what you say you are. No bootleggers in this town. Get out. Get out.
I'm not a bootlegger. I'm a
Likely
magician.
story.
And she pulls out playing cards. And I'd like to show them a card trick.
To what? Not
It's
snake
okay.
eyes.
Nope.
Not with snake eyes.
No,
Sorry.
no. Just fine.
No, that one's
ow. As if this last couple of days hasn't been traumatic enough.
William, any plays here?
To be honest, no, not really. In this situation, William has been hearing the sound of children's laughter, and whichever direction it's been coming from, he has been physically recoiling.
Okay. Now you
he's
move.
not in a good position.
Okay, you move away from that, and you see something interesting.
Well, I just saw Pepper get whacked over the
No,
head.
that was funny.
I guess that was.
Now you see something interesting, and your mind is your interest is piqued, shall we say? Down one of the side streets, safely away from noisy children, you see a glimpse of red, and it is on a gateway. 2 vertical posts with slightly curved horizontal beams across the top, a pairing of them. A red gateway, and beyond it, a subtle but elegant curved rooftop of some sort of shrine. But your interest is piqued mainly because the markings, the writings on the gates, both and on the shrine proper, are in that same beautiful draconic script that you saw in that mysterious tome that got you in all that trouble a while ago. But it's still so intriguing.
William has a flash of that time, and a small voice in his head that says, "The last time you were involved, in something like this, that's how everything went wrong for you. It is not something for mortal Ken. This is not something for you to be dabbling in. It was the tiniest of voices in the back of his head, however, and William almost trance-like, not robotic or strange in some way, but he almost drifts over to this ancient tongue, and he examines what he can.
Okay. The rest of you see William following intuition in some ways and going off down the side street. Yes, Pepper wincing and following on behind there.
Yes, Pepper goes up. Even though she's in pain, just like, how are you holding up?
To William?
To Aloysius.
To Aloysius, sorry.
With all the knowledge and stuff that Johnny's like,
oh yeah.
Hey, by the way, your backstory.
Well, I think I gotta get a new apartment. I destroyed it. Again. This is pretty bad. And you'll just see that, like, there's just crystallized, the scar tissue, like, all over his hands, and elbows, and shoulders, and knees. Just...
She puts a hand on your shoulder. I don't think the couch will fit you, but if you need it.
Let's just get this done. What's the good doc saying? Is this gonna get us where we need to go?
William,
so.
as you move forward, you see this gateway, and passing through, you see this elegant shrine, a brook of crystal clear water babbling down from the hillside behind and through into still ponds in front of the main building. Colourful fish gliding underneath the water. And there is a single bronze dragonborn sweeping red leaves that have blown in from the nearby scarlet wood.
What a vibe.
Oh, hello. Welcome. Oh, the temptation to go be welcome is so close. not that sect.
My gosh.
Oh, that's a Avernus callback. Mm-hmm. Sorry.
If William is being addressed by the Dragonborn, he shows little to no recognition that is in fact what is happening, and is instead approaching the words and the carvings, and he's saying to himself as he goes, this word here, I remember this, and this here, that was a prayer.
You see, there was a prayer. You see symbols referring to warriors, storms, and think on the fact that you're here to discover what this asset is.
William continues to read through and snatches words that he recognizes. This was a tongue that was unusual to the area. It was why he was originally invited to examine the tome.
It was unfamiliar, yes, and that's why you ended up unintentionally intoning out loud the words of that summoning ritual.
That's not relevant right now. What's relevant is how this affects what's happening now. And
can I help you with something?
That was...
You look distracted. This is a place of reflection. Please.
I understand some of that these words here indicate a desire to of protection. Protection from what does this word mean?
Has no direct translation. The parts of it, this one. Yeah. This one means night, and this one bird. It's pronounced Nue. It is what gives this town its name. Spirit Hold.
Okay. Okay.
There are stories. People say they're stories. Out in the Scarlet Woods. Creatures we call Kami.
Yes.
My forebears here at the shrine saved the village from a vengeful beast. It came in storms, bringing sickness and restless sleep. But the priests locked it away in one of the trees in the forest, and it has never bothered the village anymore. Spirit-bound. Sorry, Spirit Hold.
And should such a similar thing have occurred elsewhere, and should someone have spoken?
I'll stop you there. It's a legend.
Right.
The only dangers in the forest now are those horrible bootleggers and the saptappers.
Yes.
Yes, I felt that.
Just indulge me. According to legend, should someone have wished or have created a situation where such a contained beast may have been released, how might one?
He kind of shakes his head indulgently and is like, well, you would need the binding ritual that was used by the warriors, and he points to the markings there. But beware, and he's kind of getting into storyteller mode, and kind of a bit of a grin to himself. It is a foul, chimeric beast, a mix of other animals. Head of a monkey, body of a raccoon spirit, tanuki we call them, tail of a serpent, and the claws of a tiger.
Would perhaps part of said legend involve potentially writings, a tome of some description?
I believe the old ways were recorded. There's nothing like that around anymore. Maybe some fancy establishments, I mean, a gentleman of learning such as yourself.
Yeah. Yes, of course.
And
Of course.
William, you mistakenly read the summoning ritual, but after the Candela looked into the tome properly and safely, there was a binding ritual in there as well.
Yeah, I know. Where would this tree in which this creature has been bound? My friends and I are quite eager to and I look across at Pepper, like talking to people. This is not my this is not my forte.
I think as like she's seen the whole thing, she puts back on like the assistant professor glasses and is like, yes, subjects of research. We're very interested in myths and legends and seeing how they've developed over years. It would be absolutely wonderful to be able to see the tree in person.
Also, as she's kindly taking over from this situation, William is frantically looking at every single word and marking
Okay.
Sorry,
in
I'm the
that
professor's
shrine,
assistant.
and he is desperately searching for something.
Okay. And by the way, whilst we're here, chat, did anyone find it before it was mentioned? I wonder.
I saw someone put a thing in chat, and
Oh,
I
yeah?
was like, "Don't look, avoid," because I knew I know what it is.
Yeah, yeah.
That set of Phoenix dice is called Nue.
Nue no kotoka.
Love it.
Michelle likes herself some yokai as well. Oh, nice, Phantom. Nice. Sorry, I haven't got it open. Well done, investigators. I know.
I'm buying
a circle
Johnny
that
a turkey leg.
I'm Charlie a turkey leg. You're outside?
Aloysius, just be careful though. Don't attack the chickens. That tends to turn all the locals on you.
I'm more worried about the
Deep
chickens.
Zelda
I
cut.
played video games.
Flashbacks.
Yeah. Cuckoo.
Yeah. You just hear and a little puff of feathers, and then Aloysius and Johnny just running through the town with all the villagers behind them.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Beware, Johnny! A blood moon rises.
William.
That was good.
Oh, be careful, William. The Barovia and Beyond crew are dealing with a blood moon right now.
Oh lordy.
The priest brings you out a very old document, William, and it has a very simplified depiction of where the village is now and where it has always stood, and there is a marking off in the Scarlet Wood of a very large tree, the same type as the others in the Scarlet Wood with their red leaves and hallucinogenics. And there is a Shiminawa around it, the sacred rope which demarcates the realm of the gods and the material planes. You quickly sketch that, Pepper, and rejoin Aloysius and Johnny.
I'm going to need so much alcohol after this. Professor knows where it is. We need to go to a tree. Large, very large.
A tree.
A really, really big, important tree, apparently. I say, turning to the professor, who is deep in thought and such.
He's looking at. So he's seen this. He's examined the document, and he's looked, and he's checking and comparing certain things, and he's muttering to himself as he does so.
And Wish,
Ma'am?
the tattoos you have, those animals, apparently combined are the elements of the apparently creature of another realm. It's called a Nue. I think. It was a bit hard to there was a lot of stuff going on that side.
What does that have to do with the tree?
It's supposed to be trapped there, was it, Professor?
Ostensibly.
And the reason this place is called Spirithold is, well...
Because it's holding the spirit.
Yeah, basically. So if the bootleggers have control of the forest...
Sap tappers of the tree, scarlet dust ends.
Maybe the type of scarlet dust that's in the facilities belong to the Nue's tree.
I'll be damned.
Oh no.
Alright, so what's the plan? What we do about this tree? We chop it down?
No, I don't think that's probably the right idea. If it's the only thing holding it back, if it's holding it back at all, I don't even know.
I mean, I can climb a tree. I don't know about much else.
Yeah, like, do we
Climb
plant
tree
another
very
tree?
well, actually.
We need to go to the tree, and we need to take a look. And as he says that, William walks up to whoever the hell is in front of him first, and in a very uncharacteristic way, pushes the paper with the information on it into their hands. He doesn't even stop to look if you take it. He just walks on with the face of a man whose last hope has been snatched from him.
Okay. And quickly
That's
following
not good.
after the professor, you leave the edge of the village and into the forest. The dappled sunlight's coming down through the red leaves, rustling around you. And you follow the journey that many raiding bootleggers have come to cause a ruckus and trouble in the village. But going back the other way, and before long, you do glimpse far ahead in a clearing a collection of simple shacks. And you start to see taps and buckets, much like maple syrup taps, in the red leaf trees, as the sap tappers are always harvesting. And beyond the shacks, as they clear that space and you can see a bit of the sky, a few trees back behind the camp, you can see towering up above the other trees a gargantuan red leaf tree up above the canopy, its trunk hidden in the trees below.
Seems like we got a little bit of a bootlegger obstacle in front of us and the tree. Think anybody's in those shacks?
Only one way to find out.
Guess so. Can I look at the ground and see if the leaves on the ground are freshly disturbed?
Sure, make me a focus.
Nice call.
He is a good player. Shout out to this dude, wherever he is on the screen. Good player.
One
Good player.
one
Like
dice.
happy DM noises.
1 dice. 6.
Hey!
Are you serious?
yeah!
I just did
Oh
it
my
so
god!
fast.
Lovely.
That was so hilariously fast.
Excellent,
Uh,
excellent.
That's awesome. Alright.
You see, this way is travelled sometimes as they go and cause problems in the village, but as you get closer and you start to come amongst the taps and buckets, then yes, this is a frequented area. There is a certain amount of sap tappers out there in that hut, definitely. And actually, as you get closer to them, you actually see off in the trees beyond the collection of huts, there are figures moving between the trunks, checking the buckets, replacing them if they look full.
Okay, I will kind of do the military thing of like everybody get down,
Yep.
up forward, and then, or like eyes forward, and then we're gonna go that way.
Okay.
And try to give like a wide berth
Okay.
around these people, especially giving focus to Johnny. 'Cause he has really good eyes and
Yeah,
just
definitely.
kinda movement around that.
Okay, yeah, Johnny, are you going to do anything with your abilities here?
So I used my scout ability previously, so I can't use it again, can I?
Okay, very not.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Hang on. Sorry. Which one's this?
Face is
Scout.
especially-
Because the face one specifically says once per investigation. So, so unless it says that, I think you can do it anytime you want.
Okay, so I will do the same again.
To
And
be fair, it's a
I
very
will go-
powerful ability.
Yeah.
I'll go for the same question. What do I see that other people don't see?
Are you spending intuition to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Let's think. What do you see here that others don't see? Okay. There's a very specific useful thing I'm going to use that for in a little moment, if that's okay.
Sure.
Immediately here with the shacks, nothing. There's nothing hidden, but there is something that you will spot in a moment. I would like, as a little flashback to our regular kind of D&D streams, I would like a group stealth check. I would like all of you to make a hide roll, please, one by one. So let's start with Aloysius.
Okay, 1 die
1 dice.
and hide. Yeah, we'll just roll the 1.
Oh, I could have used
6.
Hey!
What the hell
Let's
is
go.
going on
Like that
over
dice.
there, man? That's
Okay.
amazing.
Johnny?
I used a different die too.
Holy crap, that's awesome.
Johnny, you have 2 with the guild. Johnny?
Johnny?
Oh, that's me. Yeah.
Yes.
Hi, it's me. I'm the problem. I'm gonna spend a drive as well.
Please do. 3 dice.
I'm gonna roll so bad later.
That would be a 6 on the gilded dice.
Nice. Get your drive back.
Oh, you get the drive back. That's good.
I
Pepper.
get the drive. Whoop.
Pepper is also going to use a drive, so total of 3 dice,
3
1
dice.
gilded.
1 gilded.
Come on, keep it
Ooh.
6 gilded.
6 on the gilded. Yeah, so you get your drive
Oh,
back.
damn. I do.
Oh my god.
Come on, William.
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 Professor.
I got this.
William.
Professor
I
of
am-
what exactly?
So glad this is a group stealth check because I have disadvantage on this roll.
Yes, you do.
and-
2 dice, please. Take the lower.
Can I give him a
can-
drive?
Nope, sorry. This is everyone's
Oh.
focusing on their own stealth.
Is there a drive from chat?
Nope.
Damn it.
Stall the. We've been stalling all the
Go on.
NPCs. Just stall the GM
Go on,
for
go on, William.
5
Come on, come on.
minutes.
Let's go.
Okay.
Mhm.
Dedicate this roll to you guys in chat because we don't have any more rolls for this.
So, don't you dare. That's good. Scarlet, you take the
I
lower.
shouldn't be shouting this loud. It's 2 a.m.
You take the lower. You take the lower.
It's
You
disadvantage.
take the lower. That's so bad.
So,
Oh no.
To those in chat
As
who wonder
all of
why I've
you-
collapsed,
as all of you start to make your way through and around the edge of the camp, opposite sides to where those saptappers are off in the trees, you stealthily make your way towards the giant tree. Aloysius, Johnny, Pepper, ghosting through the trunks, flitting from trunk to trunk. You hear a clank as William puts his foot in a bucket on the edge of one of the buildings and tries to shake it off and smacks it against the wall. Clank, clank. And
can I also say though that I suspect what happened as well was not only that, John,
Yeah, mate.
but when Aloysius earlier was doing
Thank you, Bree.
like
That's true.
William thought he meant look that way. There's people there. Go the other way. So he's wandered off completely the wrong direction and stuck his foot in the bucket.
Fair.
Oh, thanks.
Rise, go up from the saptappers on the other side, and yes,
Just let me know if I can react to that to try to mitigate some damage. Not undo it, but
Can I
divert
also
it.
point out it was a group check, not an individual? And we had 3 really full successes and then 1 critical fail. Can we maybe? consider
yeah,
that?
the saptappers don't know the others are there.
Oh, great! Fantastic. Throw me a freaking bone, man!
So, you hear cries go up from the saptappers. There's someone skulking back there! Oi! What are you doing? Clear off! And they come running through, brandishing various, like hand axes, like little hatchets,
That's
wood
something
cutting
to
ones,
help
not like combat ones. And other tools and things as they come, like skipping through, like really, really rough, like scruffy folk, like really, really dirty, stuff that out here in the woods all the time. Wild hair, and kind of wild-eyed as well. They look like they might be rubbing a bit of sap on the gums from time to time, and they come running through. Where's he gone? Can you see him? I can't find him. Where is he? Oh, there he is! Clanker over there! Get it! Clanker! And they'll come running towards William here, except for one of them, looking around wild-eyed. I know. I know what to do. And he, holding his hand axe, he tears off towards the giant tree, and you see him as he runs up to the large tree, and thunk! the axe cuts through the Shiminawa.
Oh,
And
come on!
Oh no!
as he does,
No!
he's like, "Come on, precious, come on! Fresh back from the city. You want to help us out, don't you? We've been looking after you so nice." The blue sky darkens as the wind roars down from the mountains, tearing through the red leaves. The clouds roll in as the Nue is released from its prison. Lightning flashes in this previously clear sky as Aloysius, Johnny, and Pepper, you see the Saptappers running for William, and you see a large black tear in the bark of the tree open and grow wider as yellow and black striped clawed feet reach through, followed by the chimeric beast that is the Nue. Aloysius, Johnny, Pepper, you heard William talk of the binding ritual. Johnny, you see what the others do not see. There is a pile of old, mouldering Shiminawa off on the side. It seems every time they release this creature, they cut and discard the Shiminawa and then reseal it. The one that this Saptapper just cut was fresh and new, having resealed it back from the city. There must be somewhere in the camp replacements for them to use. If you can get one of those and have William do the ritual that he found in that tome, you will be able to seal this thing away and call in your friends from the Fourth Pharos to build a new lighthouse here, where there is clearly a very dangerous thinning. Let's go around clockwise. Aloysius, what do you do?
Oh man, so much just happened that totally diverted.
Yep.
Okay, so William is being pursued or caught by these bootleggers.
And they're
correct?
pursuing him. He's still on the opposite side of the camp, but they're kind of running through the buildings.
Okay, I would like to interpose. Is that the word? Like in between them.
Yep.
So catch up to there, and I have a plan of what I want to say to the bootleggers if I have a chance to do so.
Okay, make me a move check to see if you get there in time.
For sure.
I can't interact with him at all before he leaves, can I?
I mean, it's all kind of... There's no initiative. If you've got something, call it out. Did you hear that? Scarlet? You frozen?
Oh,
Shit.
frozen.
What terrible timing!
No!
Oh no!
No, you cannot
No.
interact with him, apparently. Sorry if our overlay goes funky, folks.
I'll use a drive.
I think it was that yelling that she was doing before. I think the neighbours just cut her fibre.
One of her neighbors with a hatchet went, "I know what to do, I know what to do," and then he cut the 5 inches.
Okay,
Ship.
I got a
Yes.
Oh, McClover, thank you. We have 2 dice in the pool.
I got a 4.
A 4? Okay, so
not on Gilded.
okay, so you do make it. Ah, yeah, it's gonna fuck it up. Damn it. Sorry, guys, bear with us. I am Pepper now. Hello. Aloysius, lean to your right. There you go. Perfect. That'll do. Actually, if I come over here, I can still be myself. Okay, there we go. Get out of my DM box. Get out of there, Aloysius. No. Folks, we'll get Scarlet back in a second, hopefully. Okay, so, Aloysius, with that dice roll, you do manage to get over there pretty sharpish. And you go dashing over there, and you get next to William. But you arrive at the same time as the Saptappers.
Okay. If I can
Nice read.
say something, or
Yes.
is that okay?
Please.
Okay. Out of my jacket pocket, I will pull the business card that the muscle gave me,
Yep.
and kind of do it like logo first, like, I don't know what the hell you all are doing. We're here for routine inspection of what you just released. All y'all about to be fired.
Make me a sway. I was gonna give you an extra dice for the card, but because they're all kind of tweaked out and like they've panicked and
That's
seen
fair.
here, so I'm gonna keep it as it is. So it's here's scale it back. So it's
Yeah.
2 dice take the lowest.
2 dice take the lowest.
Let's play some musical
I'm gonna
chairs here.
use a drive.
And
Because
we
I
got
need
some.
it
We
just-
got some extra dice from our friendos as well. If you,
Yep, that's
I
true.
mean, I think that's a good
That's
enough
true.
time.
I'll use
Hi.
one.
Okay.
Hi,
I'll use
hi.
one.
Sorry, I
Sure.
can't
No
actually
problem.
hear
Let me
you
just-
guys right now. 1 second.
Let me quickly get people in the right place then. Johnny needs to be up there.
Hello?
Trying to save the
Hello.
professor.
And then
What happened?
I have become you temporarily.
There you go.
Okay, I was about to say the thing that I was planning on doing was I was gonna pass Wish my my smoke bomb.
Oh shoot.
Oh shit. Well,
Well, I mean, he's
I have
running.
no idea
and
what's
he's running and try talking to them. So if it fails, you can use that on your turn.
Okay.
Okay. So,
Okay.
Wish. Yeah. Roll me 2. Take the lower. Oh, if you want to use the pool, you
I-
can use the pool.
I used the pool and I used
Okay.
the drive of
Okay.
my own.
So that's 2 dice.
Yep. So 5 and 6. So 6.
Sorry about
Nice.
that, guys. You don't know
Okay.
what
So
happened.
you run over there, and they're confused and they're not sure what's happening here. They see the emblem of their bosses, but there's like nothing was mentioned. This never happened before. They don't look like inspectors, and they're very confused. But it has stopped them.
Right.
William is not disemboweled. Hooray! Okay.
Hey.
Teamwork.
Johnny, what you doing?
Johnny is immediately acting upon the information you gave me, and is going to try and find some of this the binding stuff that we need.
Yes. Give me a survey.
Survey. Okay, so that's just 1 gilded dice
One
by the
gilded,
look of it. Let me use one of the. We've got some from the chat.
What there is one from the chat. Yeah.
One.
I will use it. Sorry, I'm using them all tonight, but
You are.
kind of need them.
Important stuff. Yeah.
Do it. Yeah, go for it.
Important.
Oh, gilded dice has gone somewhere off the table. I can't see it, so.
That's why there's
Try that again.
multiple. Okay.
Okay. So that's a 5 on the gilded dice.
A 5.
Okay.
Okay. You are rushing through the tents and looking here, trying to find what you do. You find a supply shack which has various sap tapping tools, buckets and taps and hatchets and like piton type things that they use to tap into the bark of the trees. And there is a collection of Shiminawa, blessed and ready to be used. But as you rush towards there, you are frantically trying to get that, and you cut yourself rather nastily on some of the tools as you go to grab the thing. Take a mark in body, please.
Can I? Okay. In reaction to that, can I, for flavor, use one of my equipment, which is body armor, to soak 1 body? But can I
Hey.
flavor it as my body automatically realizing it's about to be hurt, and the bit where I was going to be cut goes
past moist.
gelatinous?
yeah, totally. Okay,
Gross.
so
Okay.
you may indeed. Okay,
Hell yeah.
Oh,
that is a one-time thing, right? It can be used again.
One time.
Yeah.
It's a one time.
But yep, so you avoid that. Okay, nice. But you did grab the thing there. William, what you doing? Aloysius has run to your aid here, but you have a bucket on your foot.
Now, you mentioned earlier that this thing was crawling out of the tree. This is not an invisible creature, right?
Uh-huh.
Just gonna... I mean, this is not a plan of William's. He's just gonna point at it and go, "Up." You know, I mean, there's
You make him
something
wanna play.
flying out of a goddamn tree. He's not gonna be... So he literally just starts pointing at the thing and screaming like...
Here you go. Let me scream back at you.
You have
Yeah, listen, William is nowhere near as intimidating with his scream as that was. His is more like... as he's like pointing and just making an abs. So that's going to be basically what he does. He's He's
Science
Christ.
game, everyone.
Oh my god. He is just making everyone aware that there's this thing coming out of a tree behind them, and maybe they don't want to be standing on that side of the area because.
That's a nice try, make there.
Jesus. Yeah, so that's my turn.
Oh.
I'll try and take the bucket off my feet as well because I need to. I mean,
Chinga, 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 chinga.
Give me a let's see. Give me a control.
I'll give you a terror check. if you like.
Control or strike, your choice.
Control or what? Sorry.
Strike.
Well, I mean, you can see my stats. I'm going
Yes.
control.
Please do.
Aren't
You have
I?
a dice.
I have a dice, and it's gilded. And
So you may as
my
well use
fellow
drive.
investigators, after seeing my wonderful rolls, have used up all the bonus die. Let me.
Oh, look at me!
I.
You lady!
Anyway,
This is why they like him, but doesn't like him.
I'm going to use a drive here.
Go for it. 2 dice.
I might just use 2 drive here. Yeah, okay. I'm going to use both my drive in this one.
Okay.
Let me just mark that down. So currently that's 3.
Oh shit!
Oh, McClover.
Clover!
Can I use?
I don't think I have 5. No, I have.
And,
I have 4. I need to add 1. Thank you.
Can
McClover.
I use any of those that have just appeared?
Yes. There you go. That saves me putting extra dice on the screen.
Mina, can I use all of them that have just?
No, you may not. One per roll. One per roll.
Alright.
Thank you, McClover.
Then I think that puts me to 3 with one of them being gilded. Is that right, John? Is my math?
Did you use both your drive?
I used both my drive.
That's 4.
That's 4 then,
Yeah,
but
4
one of them's gilded.
with 1 gilded. Yeah.
So 3 normal, 1 gilded.
Everyone, check
Oh,
out DD dice. There's the link in chat if you want to get these 3D dice. They're fun. And
And
they have all the dice as well, not just D6s. Dice.
Yes.
Hey, that is a 6.
Yes! Do you want to
Alice,
use the 5?
if you want to use the gilded to get your drive back.
no,
much do you want?
I'm gonna go for the full success on this one.
Okay, you take the full success. That means you use your finesse to twist the bucket just so that it comes off and brings off the foot there. You are free to move. You are not impeded and slowed down by this bucket on your feet. And you can rush towards where Johnny has emerged victorious with a Shiminawa, the sacred rope that you require for the ritual.
I'm sorry, chat. I just used a dice on a bucket check.
Yes, you did. And I'm so proud
You
of
did.
you.
Oh my god, that was my full success. That was the thing I succeeded
Someone-
on with no complications tonight.
You were going to be slow
Someone
getting to
paid
the tree.
real money. Someone paid real money for you to take a fake imaginary bucket off your
Off
fake
my-
imaginary leg.
Hatch, I don't need you making this any worse than it already is, man. What are you doing to me? You're killing me, man.
The bucket. William took the bucket.
Phantom,
he did.
shut up. You're a
Hey,
villain.
hey, mark it off your bucket list, you know?
Oh my god, people stop it.
I'm using my emote. Where is my emote? It's
Okay,
important in
so-
times like this.
Bucket! I
William,
run to whoever I
Are you running to Johnny?
Yeah, I'll run
to
towards,
meet up there?
towards
Okay.
where I sit. Well, no, hang on, now wait a minute. I just said I got through screaming that there's this thing over there. Am I running towards Johnny and also towards this thing coming out of a tree?
I mean, you are here to seal it back in the tree.
yeah, but I'm not here to seal it in the tree when it's like coming out of the tree.
You may go where you wish. Where would you like to go?
Okay, he points, he screams, he kicks the bucket off his foot,
And,
then he
leaps
takes-
on Aloysius' back.
Yeah, and then he leaps off the back, and then screaming the whole way because he knows what he has to do, but he hates every moment of it. He is running, not bravely, very gingerly towards Johnny. It's a coward's
kind of a
run.
Jack Sparrow run.
Yeah. The arms are flailing.
See, like, I'm picturing Jonathan from The Mummy right now.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
All good. Okay, Pepper, you good stuff.
100%.
What's your name?
So,
the Saptappers
Pepper-
have been paused in their attack here, confused that you seem to be from the company. The creature is stalking through the trees still. The Saptappers haven't seen this, that their friend has looped out and let it free. Johnny has a Shiminawa. William is free of his bucket.
Let's stop
I am.
focusing on the bucket for one moment, please. Move on from the bucket.
I am stuck because I wasn't sure because my plans have changed now that they've gone first.
You know what? Fuck it. I said it before. I'm trying to get as much confusion and as basically as much distraction out as possible. I'm specifically using my flash powder and smoke bomb as I ask for I shout at Wish. Bet you can't blink. 2 minutes.
Okay. Give me
30 seconds.
Give me a control. See if you can finesse it in the right place.
As I yeet the bloody
This
thing.
is to distract the saptappers in the camp?
Yep, this is so the goal is to explode flash powder / smoke bomb so Wish can bolt toward the rest of us. And I am control, you say?
You have 1 dice. We have lots of
I'm gonna
lots of chat dice.
Oh yes, I would like to use a chat dice and a drive, please.
Okay, so that's 3 dice.
Roll it. Let's go. Oh shit!
Oh my god. 3 sixes.
Holy.
Apologies for all the swearing. It's
Super
something
critical.
I do usually.
Oh, no, wrong.
I got the extra criticals, so I guess I get a present as well as I am.
Something extra, exactly.
As I shout to Wish, I'm like,
let's put it this
2
way.
minutes.
You throw. There is a flash of light and woof
I'm just trying
of
to tell him
smoke.
to close his eyes.
The saptappers, you manage to tell him, and he reads your body language perfectly, and looks away. There is the flash. The smoke goes up and fills the camp. There are just these vague shapes moving through the smoke and the mist here, and you also see that the beast, having emerged from the tree fully. Johnny's over there. The equipment tent is near the trees. Clearly, it's where they need to get hands on things easily. Johnny's holding up the Shiminara above you, looking to. I got it, guys! I got it! The creature is prowling towards him, climbing up on the edge of the equipment shed, about to leap. And then the flash and the smoke goes off. It yelps and shies away from the explosion with that supercritical, and does not attack Johnny Cicado Inc.
I am bolt running, and I am basically grabbing what I can of Wish as I bolt.
Aloysius, back to you.
This way.
Same kind of deal. I'm going to move, interposing between Johnny and the Nue.
The Nue needs to be within the tree for the ritual to happen.
Okay. Since I know that, I'm going to. How big is this thing?
Oh my god.
Good question. Actually,
Are we talking kaiju?
I've seen the people of Japan know better than the people of the Scarlet Woods, and there is a story of a samurai that rescued Emperor, plagued by nightmares and sickness, and as the storm clouds rolled in, this famous samurai shot his bow into the clouds, and the Nue screamed and fell from the clouds. They were in Kyoto and worried that it would curse the city. They put it on a boat and set it off down the river, and when it pulled up in a village downstream, they gave it a proper burial, and that burial mound is still there. You can go and visit it. And they have the modern Japanese people know not to fuck with it as well, because there's a huge, it's right between Osaka and Kobe, and it's just basically a big urban sprawl right between the two of them, but there is this park right in the middle of all this urban sprawl which has been left, and the burial mound of the Nue is there in the park.
Do not disturb.
Do not disturb. And they have the sign, they tell the story of the samurai and everything, and the burial mound is not massive, I shall say. So if that's any, it doesn't say in fabulousyokai.com on the size of this thing. One of the oldest yokai recorded in Japanese history, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
It was
Okay.
So yeah, it doesn't say exactly, but it has, as I say, it has the body of a tanuki. So
Tanuki tiny.
so yeah, but so I think in look and appearance, so I think it's kind of like very large dog.
Okay. The idea I have is very stupid.
Excellent.
Um,
Please shove it.
I would like to use my excavation gear,
Yes.
and we are going to have ourselves a old-fashioned rodeo.
Oh shit!
I'm gonna get out a length of rope, tie it together, go toward, because you said it had, what did it have the head of, by the way?
Monkey
Okay, so monkey, tanuki, serpent,
and tiger.
and tiger's in there for a good measure.
Yep.
Good. So I'm going to tie like an appropriate knot that can be, in one fell swoop, tightened. Interpose, get to where they are, interpose between them, and try to lasso the new way.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
I think that sounds.
Let's go.
Full 8 seconds.
Unfortunately, that sounds like a finesse.
Oh, no.
Does it?
Right, touch to be able to lasso it. Looking at the others, it's not punching
shape
or
finesse.
navigating.
Strike.
or-
I'm kind of using it as a weapon to do so.
I think
We
to-
got chat dice though.
yeah, you have chat
We got
dice.
chat
You
dice,
have drive.
And we've got friends that want you to succeed.
Indeed.
Yeah.
What is? Did you say finesse? What is finesse?
Control. I'm afraid. Nothing. You have nothing.
Oh, no.
I have nothing in control. Oh, I really
I-
thought I was gonna get a strike here.
all right.
Okay.
I'm giving you
No,
enough.
it's okay.
How?
I would like to give it, if I can.
Try it
May
again. Please. Well, how? Tell me.
As you very clearly have this plan, and with the professor's going through his books, and you've got the Shiminawa being like, "Fuck yeah," I am literally I look you dead in the eye, and it's like, one day if you live.
Oh. That'll do it. Okay. So you take a dice from that. You are using your own drive as well.
Oh, right. Control
Where's
is
the-
within nerve.
You know,
so
you have
yes,
lots of drive.
I
You
am
have
going
lots
to
of
do.
drive. Yeah.
Okay, so
And then a chat dice as
That's
well. So that gives you
two,
three dice.
So that's 3.
Mhm.
3 dice. Okay, guys. Well,
Go.
this is what we're here for, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Oh my god.
There's a whole day on the line, dude.
Okay, I will go through these one at a time to take a.
Oh my God!
Hazard. A
Match.
2, a 4, and a 6.
Hey. Okay. That is a success. You deftly lasso this creature. It roars. Sirenscape. where are
Thank you.
Don't
Thank
let
you
me
for the
down.
drives. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Thank you so much. It roars
Thank
in
you.
anger as you manage to lasso it perfectly, and you start being pulled along by it as it's trying to shake free and escape. And lightning crashes down. You see one of the red leaf trees to the side just explodes. Its hallucinogenic sap supercharged. Johnny, what are you doing?
Oh yeah, I'm supposed to be doing stuff as well. I'm gonna throw.
I'm going to give you something to do here. I think that lightning hit tree exploded right near you, and there is a bunch of supercharged, vaporized hallucinogenic sap being released. How would you like to avoid that? And can I please describe your trip sequence?
Oh. I mean, so Johnny strikes me as the kind of guy who would love nothing more than to trip right now. So I think he
do you
throws
avoid it?
he throws the rope to William. It's like,
Oh, no.
God, okay.
it's like,
You think William?
Do you think Magic
William
Man-
were busy doing the ceremony? You think someone else might have to hold? It might be a team effort here.
okay. In which case, I won't throw it, and I'll just be like, insert witty quote here. Glad to see you kick the bucket. Now let's do this. And I will turn and I will embrace the vapor.
Okay.
You're not running
In
from
fact,
it.
but for thematic purposes, I will embrace the plasmoid as well.
Oh, God.
That's it. Okay.
Oh,
please.
can you even smell if you're a plasmoid?
Good question.
Please make me a sense check. Sorry,
Ooh,
not good for you.
sense.
That
Do
you
you
are.
think this is a terrible
It's
idea?
not good for me.
Make a common sense check.
Common sense, please.
Okay. I will make a sense check. That's a disadvantage. Okay. Cool. It's a 6 and a 4, so a 4.
Okay. So, you are just coated in this vaporized sap. You feel it rushing through you. You feel lightheaded. You see the colors start to bleed into each other. The scarlet of the forest just becomes so vivid. The figures in the smoke bomb of the camp seem to be dancing and twirling about amongst the shacks over there. You see William, draconic symbols emblazoned in the air around him as he strides towards the tree. You see Aloysius in leather chaps and a little cowboy hat up on top of the Nue. And you channel the spirit of that samurai that helped seal the Nue away all of those years ago for Spirit Hold. And you reach back on your mythic bow and fire at the creature. As in reality, Pepper, you see Johnny hurl a rake at the creature.
You know you're tripping balls.
Bastard!
You know you're tripping balls when William looks cooler than Wish does. That's how you know you're really messed up.
As Pepper's watching this, being like, the trees this way. Fuck's sake!
Okay, so, yep, I think I'm gonna say because the Nue was sneaking up on you, so it was close to you as well, Johnny. So I'm gonna say because it was a success with this mixed success thing, right? So the Nue also got some of that vaporized sap in there as well.
Oh my god!
And it also perceives you as the samurai, and it's just like cries out in horror as it remembers this day. And it seems to slink away from you. Aloysius, your next roll will have a dice because it seems to be cowed somewhat by this fearsome appearance of Johnny the samurai, the halfling samurai. Okay.
I'll take it.
William, what you doing?
Yeah.
Your friends are wrangling this creature back towards its prison.
Yeah, he knows what he has to do, and he's kind of ignoring the absolute bullshittery that's going on around him, because that's the only way he's going to get through this is by focusing down. And so he moves forward and does as he knows the ritual commands. He begins by drawing symbols into the ground of drawn bows pointing towards the tree.
Make me a focus check. See if you can remember the ritual properly.
Okay. Boys and girls, if we have any extra drive, I might need to list them here.
Also, wait, what are you trying to do?
You must have some intuition. That's right, you had 4.
I should be okay, to be honest. But I know you, John. You're going to make me do another check by the end of it, so I can't just use all 4 right now. Okay.
I need this laminated with a whiteboard marker.
I will use... It's a focus you're asking me to do, John?
Yes, please.
Okay, then I will use 2 of my drive.
Okay, so that's 4 dice. 1 gilded, please.
Yes, indeed.
You got this. No big
Yeah.
deal.
Kick butt!
Do I also use one from the pool, or do we think...
You can if you want. Go for it.
Yeah,
go
go for
nuts.
it.
Let's do it then.
Okay,
Live
so
your best life.
4 regular, 1 gilded. Oh, right.
Come on, baby.
5.
That's a lot of 5s. That's a lot
Lots
of
of 5s.
Okay, so you lose that drive.
five.
But the 5 is a success. You start to successfully create the symbols here. Unfortunately, the battle between Aloysius and the creature scuffs some of them up a little bit. But you are succeeding and working towards that. Okay, Pepper, what you doing?
Oh gosh, what can I even do? I suppose I see the samurai apparently with
So
the rake and the rope we need.
You're not tripping. You just see Johnny and the creature like facing off against each
I
other in some
know.
weird way.
Samurai is in air quotes right now. And I am running and I'm going to be like, we need to wrap the tree, come on! And I go and I'd like to grab I'd like to grab the rope and start bringing it over the Shiminawa and bring it, because like this is a huge tree, right? So it's gonna take a hot minute.
But you know, you need the creature needs to be inside first.
But like having it prepped around it before we bind,
Okay.
right?
Yep. So make me a move.
Okay. So I would like to. In my head, I'm flavoring this as, you know how like magicians are constantly pulling out like just lines and lines of napkins and handkerchiefs. That's what she's sort of channeling in this moment. I got nothing in this, so
I'll give you a drive, right? Move.
Oh. Yes, move. Yeah.
Okay, so Aloysius, you're helping keep the Nue away from her so she can move freely.
Yeah, essentially. Yeah.
So that's one
Yep.
single
And I'm
dice.
going to spend one of my drives as
so
well,
two.
so I have two
Can
at
I
least.
can I give one as well? Can
Sure.
I give a move? Because I am absolutely engaging this monster.
absolutely.
Clearly.
Clearly,
All right, so that's 3.
as you were destined to.
Teamwork
Yes.
go burr. Teamwork go burr. Teamwork go burr. I got a 4.
Okay, great. So yeah,
Mitigated.
you managed to run over there and start to drag it around the tree. I'm going to say, but in your rush to do so, you twist your ankle in one of the roots and take a body mark.
I am almost at a scar here.
Ooh. Okay,
The first was from the rolling pin.
Aloysius, how do you wrestle this beast into its tree?
Okay, so I'm using my excavation gear, and I would think that already kind of attached to the rope is a grappling hook.
Okay.
So from the other side of the rope, I'm going to, if I'm close enough to the tree, wrap it around like a good sturdy, like kind of main branch that comes out, and kind of like, essentially like quads, hold this thing with my legs, almost in that kind of, what is it called, like triangle hold with your legs, whatever that's called.
Yeah, yep.
And use my arms to pull us closer to the tree.
Okay. That seems like you're using your physical presence to move it in the way you want to go, so that's a strike.
Okay, great. I just remembered, by the way, Tenacious, when I have a mark of bleed, I can gild an extra die.
Nice.
Oh shit.
Oh hell yeah!
So that's 2 dice,
forgot this
both
last
gilded.
Okay, so I'm going
Let's
to
go.
give
Let's
myself
go.
a drive.
I don't have any. I'm too far away, I guess.
So yeah, too busy.
Okay, so there's 3 and 2 are gilded.
Okay.
Do we have anything else? There's 1 left on
There's
the
1 left.
screen if you want it.
I do want it. Yeah.
Go for it.
Take it. Do it.
We gotta wrangle this guy.
5 on the regular.
Okay. That's the only success.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, you managed to loop the rope around and pull and heave it back towards the tree. It's lashing out with its claws, trying to get you. Again, these terrible tiger claws just rake across your chest, and you take a mark in body as well as you're trying to wrestle it back towards the tree. Johnny, how do you get it the rest of the way with your samurai skills?
So Johnny is fully embracing this trip, and for
One with the
extra
forest.
for extra flavor, he reaches down and pulls out the legendary samurai blade, which is my hand weapon in my gear. Which I'm going to
got the
say, just
kusanagi.
for entertainment purposes, is a tiny letter opener. But to him, this is the blade of the legendary samurai.
More importantly,
I sealed you once before. I'll seal you again.
More
And I'm just
importantly,
gonna.
though-
Yeah.
Sorry, Patch, go ahead. Go ahead, Patch.
It's
Johnny, you leap forward and lead it, and you, as you're brandishing your little blade here, you're like, with Shishio, I strip you back. And that was the legendary katana that the emperor gave for being saved to the samurai.
hell yeah.
Sure.
So I just start running in their direction, just flailing it like
Okay.
terribly. But it to me, it's this is authentic samurai moves.
Absolutely.
Johnny, what the hell, man?
Thankfully,
Now-
to the Nue, who's also tripping balls, it probably
you-
looks the same to him.
Right. Are you trying to use a strike or sway to kind of like to convince it to retreat, to intimidate, if you will, to use another game's balance?
So I'm gonna say sway, just because it allows me to use the speciality that I haven't used yet, which is really not gonna help, but I want to use it.
What's that?
Leverage.
Yes.
On a successful. Oh no, it's read, not sway.
No.
Shit. Okay.
Sorry. Yeah.
That's fine. So, yeah, just sway. I'm trying to be convincing. So I'll do that.
Sway?
Sway.
I'm too far away, I guess, because I'm still repping, and I'm...
Can I give him a drive?
If you have cunning, yeah.
I have one more cunning drive.
Okay.
You can have it.
Okay. And I will give myself a drive, so that's 3 dice.
Go for it.
Non-gilded. It's fine.
I'll just like have like rope in its mouth, go like, look at him, look at him.
That's 2 3s and a 6.
Hey. Okay. The creature, like also tripping balls, like shies back from the legendary blade, and Aloysius, you managed to bodily shift it into the gap in the tree from which it emerged. William, potentially the last roll of the night, as you finish the markings and start to utter the incantation. Which would you like to use to this?
I would like to use the success.
I think this is focus, right?
Roll.
I think it's focus again,
It's
right?
probably
Success
focus,
roll.
Yeah. So do it properly.
Yeah.
As I to give a strength of courage and to give him one of my intuition drives, I think like it's Pepper with a slight limp now is just curled around the edge of the tree, and it's like, if you could hear that
Sorry,
at all, and I didn't peek. I was like, whenever you're ready, Professor.
Okay. And yeah, you get the Shiminawa in just in the right place to help, and it's going to be ready to do that. So you get an extra dice there.
Okay, so I used 3, so one of those is, I think I get 4 and a gilded. I think.
Which,
if I use
how many
one
drive are you using?
myself.
Yes, that's right.
I'm
yeah.
using
No,
one
it's
drive.
3 in a gilded.
3 and a
So
gilded.
4 total.
Yeah. Sorry, hold on. I'll clear that. There we go. All right. Here we go.
Will.
Yes.
That is a 6.
That is a
Okay.
6.
You stride forward, remembering that ritual burned into your mind by this eldritch tome that you mistakenly read, uttering the draconic words as Pepper reaches and pulls the Shiminawa taut, leaning back against the trunk to hold it tight as the incantation goes through.
May I say the incantation?
Please.
私の言葉は嫌です。空から落ちてくる。火の戻れ。
And as the draconic verse is uttered, a crash of lightning comes down from the heavens. Each of the white paper lightning bolts on the Shiminawa flashes with energy as the binding ritual is completed, and the Nue is sealed once more within the tree. And you ghost away into the forest before the Saptappers can escape from the smoke and confusion that they find themselves in. And you are able to retreat and make your way back. Another phenomenon dealt with, and a soon-to-be construction site for a Candela Obscura lighthouse and the Mythala within that will seal this thinning for good. As you are successful, dear Circle. A successful investigation for Occulta Veritas. As you are traveling back towards New Fair to meet with Lightkeeper Carmen Brightspear to bring the good news and send out the build team to seal off this thinnings. Let us borrow a page from Johnny Cicada Wing's alter ego patch of QuestJunkies and cut to a different scene.
Oh, hell yeah. Cinematic.
I'm so proud.
On the edge of the Brindleborn Mountains, there is a large private estate with a sweeping gravel drive and a large colonnaded mansion. The site of many a social function. In particular, once in the past, there was a travelling group of acrobats and circus performers who were brought here to put on a marvellous show. We make our way over, and we see through the windows of this mansion. As darkness falls, burning bright within a large chamber covered in occult designs and ritual markings. A cage hoisted above the space like a giant lantern with a fire genasi inside. The chanting of the gathered robed figures increases. The fire genasi's natural glow grows brighter. They look concerned at first, and then start to cry out in pain as their flames are brought forth to drive back the dangerous shadow that is to be summoned to this chamber. The members of the De Volpe family, chanting in unison, bringing forth the burning fury of this elemental creature to hold back the shadow, bind it to their will, finish the ritual, and the head of the family, what Pepper had seen through the window thinking were animalistic masks, actually revealing their fox-like features, dropping the illusion that usually masks them, as this family, the De Volpes, is Kitsunetsuki, blessed with a kitsune spirit that has allowed them to be successful in so many things. As the ritual completes, even with this bright burning elemental, the shadows from the corners of the room start to seep in, and all of the cultists, around the edge of their robes and hoods, dark smoke starts to emanate out. The head of the family steps forward. I call upon you, as I did once before. I have need of revenge. I have my list of names. I call on you, Orthax, to bring us what we need to get our revenge on Candela, Obscura. And a figure starts to appear in the shadows. Yes.
Yes.
You will have your revenge. As I have inspired the technologies of New Fair. As I gave them the means to end the war, I shall give you the means to bring war to Candela Obscura. And that is where we shall finish.
Oh my god. Thanks for taking the backstory so serious.
Well, shit.
So many
Hey.
crossovers.
Massive
Sequel bait web.
thank you to my circle of investigators and to everyone who's joined us in chat. A huge bunch of people through for the whole time today. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. Thank you, particularly to the lower half of screen here, who have stayed up very late, especially Pepper. Is it starting to get light outside?
It's 3 a.m. Yay!
Thank you for that follow.
It's okay.
And all of the other follows today. We've had a bunch of follows today. Thank you so much. And of course,
It's alright.
all of those gifted
fueled by
dice. Thank you. Good.
Yes.
All of those gifted
Thank you.
Oh my
subs,
God,
giving
that's
those dice that came in
so
so useful. I mean, William would still have a bucket on his foot. Now,
Debatable.
the most clutch roll of the night.
Yes.
Thank you, Clay. Thank you so much. Absolute pleasure to have you all here. Let us say a proper goodbye to these fine investigators, and then we will be drawing our winners. So, if you are not already, jump into the giveaway. Boop. We have Candescent Canyons from CZRPG, 2 vouchers for Troll Games, and a set of Nue dice from Phoenix Dice. This is the Nue set. The D6 for which would work very nicely as a gilded dice if you would like to pick up the free rules and help for yourselves there as well. So, if you want to jump in the giveaway, ! Enter in the chat there, and we can see who our lucky winners are in just a moment. But before that, Aloysius Saltz, your parents are out there. I'm just saying, I mean, I know this is something else we're stealing from Quest Junkies, one-shots to spill over into other ongoing things. I'm just saying, the De Vulpe family is angry, wanting revenge with a certain famous shadow demon's help. Aloysius' parents are tucked away somewhere for their own safety. William, there is that book and all that it entails there. And Johnny, the ultimate heist. The biggest score that New Fair has ever seen is out there somewhere. Who knows?
Sure is.
You tempt me so.
So, Aloysius Saltz, when you are not here, tucked away behind the flare, where are you? Where can people find you?
My name is Hunter. I am one half of QuestJunkiesUK. You can find me on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube at QuestJunkiesUK. I make D&D music and funnies with puppets because I lost control of my life a long time ago. You can also find me on Quest Junkies every Wednesday for the Wildmount Chronicles.
Yes, indeed. Watch out for that Orthox guy. Now, links are going to be in chat. Everyone, do give all these amazing people a follow. Thank you. And
thank you,
Johnny Cicadowing.
Johnny Cicadowing. Yes, I am Patch from Quest Junkies UK, aka Quest Junkies. Still in the midst of changing that name, getting rid of the UK because we are very much international nowadays, which is truly wonderful. Yes. Pleasure as always, John. You hit me with my own post-credit scene trick, and so that's what it feels like. Now I understand so much more. Thank you for that wonderful game. Amazing as always. You can find me every Monday and every Wednesday on Quest Junkies. Mondays for the Rodani Chronicles, my homebrew series. Wednesdays for the aforementioned Wildmount Chronicles, where we destroy Matt Mercer's canon, which is quite fun. And I guess we did tonight as well, which is also awesome.
I mean, it's all the same multiverse, so a shadow demon would be here just as much as over there in Whitestone.
Absolutely. And on every other Friday and Saturday, you can find me right here on Phoenix Iwaki as Kellen Stogrove on Fridays in Sense Tyranny and Captain Dante Elvati on Saturdays in the Dark of Xerxes.
Spelljammer campaign, thank you. Yes, indeed. Also, I wanted a nice explanation in the D&D kind of multiverse that we found ourselves in for this place having so much technology, and I thought, who's been inspiring technology in the D&D worlds? Good old Orthax. Okay. Pepper Pavlosa.
Oh gosh. Hi everyone, I'm Scarlet Song, she, her. You're not a Lycan librarian. When I am not on, when I'm not Pepper, which is usually this case, sorry, it's 3 a.m. I am no longer Brackle due to things that occurred, single tear is shed, on Mondays here on Quest Junkies UK. I am also Miss Cotta over on Arc Point, which has seen its reviving and Rakshas return to high tension stakes. They've taken our baby character, who is like everyone's like pure heart one, within the first 2 hours. So it's already quite stressful, but you should go check it out because I've done all the character sprite work amongst other things.
I have linked in chat.
Support my work.
Yes, indeed.
And then other than that,
I do art on my channel when I am still totally not a werewolf. I don't know what you're talking about.
Thank you. And we are QuestJunkiesUK. We play lots of D&D and other TTRPGs. If you would like to pick up yourself a copy of Candela Obscura, head over to darringtonpress.com and you can grab the rules that we've been using there today for your own Circles investigations. And we'll be back next week with all of our regular streams, the aforementioned Tomb of Annihilation. Yes, indeed, people in chat who are being dismayed and shocked. Yes, Brackle, our Terrafolk druid stroke warlock, was slain. And the dwarven spirit warrior that tried to resurrect her discovered that the death curse has started, and resurrections are no longer possible. So, join us Sunday night or Monday, depending where you are in the world, to see what happens there. Scarlett will be joining us. And
I'll be
then
there.
later in the
Maybe.
week, we will have the fabulous Out of the Abyss, Barovia and Beyond as they hurtle towards the conclusion. Only 4 or 5 more sessions in that campaign. And, of course, as Patch said, the fantastic Chisenta's Tyranny, who may also play home to a Candela Obscura circle. Who knows? And also the fabulous Dark of Xerxes, our Spelljammer campaign, as we continue into Wild Space. Although they're becalmed at the moment, their Spelljammer was destroyed, so we'll see what happens. the power, the chair was destroyed by a nasty beastie. They are becalmed in the Astral Sea. Oh no, in Wild Space. We shall see. Anyway, they're cool. They'll be fine. They've got air. They have a living ship, so they have enough air. We shall see. Now,
Chat is waiting on the outro from Bucketman.
oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. I had no things to put in the chat, so I just...
You had far more important things to address.
Also 2 a.m. here, not quite 3 a.m., but 2 a.m. here, which is bad enough. Sorry, William. Who are you when you're not being professorial and bucket-footed? Thank you, Tally.
Hello there. When I'm not playing the Bucket Man, you are not likely to find me anywhere, which is why John very, reasonably didn't bother with a farewell for me. I'm more of a local. I'll appear on QuestJunkiesUK's channel on occasion. I have meandered about the internet a few times. You may possibly have seen me on some other channels on one-offs and things, but not likely. Listen, I don't know whether I want this Legend of the Bucket Man to continue on or not, but I guess we can take that away.
Sorry guys, can you just quick? Is stream okay? It looks like it's okay. It doesn't say anything, and the things there, but it's constantly saying trying to connect to chat. So I'm not sure.
No,
what's happening.
I'm seeing it on my end.
Excellent. Good. Thank goodness. Okay, so that is our fabulous crew. Thank you. Sorry. I get to see Swag all the time in our offline Eberron game, which is awesome. Has to be a future NPC now. Yeah, absolutely. Nice try. Okay.
Oh, God.
Now, as we head off our way, we do have a few of you lucky folks to thank in a more material way, as we have our giveaways to do here. So good luck, everybody. I am closing those up right now.
Good luck.
A lot of me wants to know,
John.
what happens next.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm
Yeah, John, quick question.
What?
Technically, we're not players anymore. Can we enter quickly?
No, very not today.
Okay. Well,
Okay,
it's worth a
so
try.
good luck, everyone.
Thanks,
Let
guys.
us start with the $10 Troll Lord Games voucher. That is going to Mighty 37. Congratulations! You can go and head over there, take your pick from their digital catalog. Lots of cool stuff over there. Next up, we have a $25 Troll Lord Games voucher going to Lee. Congratulations, Lee!
Yay!
Excellent.
I made it all.
That will go to good use. Next, we have our copy of the fabulous supplement from CZRPG with its beautiful maps and everything in there, going to Reveljacks. Congratulations! And finally, the Nue itself, Phoenix Dice's Nue Dice, will be shipping off to Vits.
Oh!
Congratulations, Vits!
Woo!
Excellent. A popular and a frequent supporter of the channel here. So
Thank you.
that's going to be well put to good use. Okay, congratulations,
Wonderful.
everyone. Absolutely awesome stuff. We have giveaways every stream. Jump back in and see what's going on. Today was a little bit special, but you can get your hands on some good loot anytime you come on by. Thank you so much, everybody. We are going to head off. Do people stream this time of day? I don't know.
Yeah,
I
no,
assume so.
there's some around for sure.
Of course, yeah, all over the world as we are. Let's see who's. Oh, yeah, a bunch of people.
Troller
Okay.
Games is on.
I think they don't show on mine.
Troller Games, False
think
Dragon 35. Or is that a rerun?
I think the biggest one at the minute is Unprepared Casters. They're doing a big charity event, which I think has Burnley Mulligan in it.
Good lord.
What?
Yeah, I think.
Burnley Mulligan.
Discover.
Guy. Oh, there's
All
always
of me
Tommy
wants-
Wiseau.
Yeah.
Shut up. Let's see. Where are they?
All of
Paradise,
me,
Paradise.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
that's where my thought went, because we don't get to see Josh very often, unless we're up at this time of hour. So I think I'm going to take that rare chance. Yeah, our good friend Josh over at Fried Dice Paradise is playing themselves some D&D. So let's go and head on over there. Thank you all so much. Keep an eye on your whispers and Discord messages. I'll send out those prizes when I am alive again next week. And thank you all so much. But that is all for today. So, as we say around these parts, stick around for the raid. If you've got them, let those phoenixes fly. But till next time, as we like to say around these parts, what are you assuming to say?
Ayazumi.
Yes, me.
Candela Obscura.